Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight at City Council. We appreciate you joining us in person and online. And this is always a fun time of the year to have City Council meetings and recognize what's coming up in July for our city. So thank you all for being here. Councilwoman Beck had the inspirational message and prayer introduction, and then Councilman Euler is going to lead us in the pledge.
So do we have Lane Henderson here? He is our 2022 Fiesta Days Pioneer Spirit Award recipient. So we've asked Lane Henderson to come up and offer a thought and prayer.
I'm bringing my wife.
That's great.
Yeah.
Bring the family.
I'm not pregnant. She said she's not speaking.
Yeah, just stand on that side of the podium and face us.
Facing.
Unless you're going to sing to everybody, I don't know.
Oh, they got something.
Oh, they've got
Talk
stuff.
about heritage. I wanted to show you our building.
Oh, yeah.
This building was built in the 1890s, and it currently houses J-Mart Printing. Now, how this came into our family was around 1960. It's a little different now than what it was. I should mention that this was the first dance hall in Spanish Fort. On the side of this building, there was a way to get to the second floor, second story, and there was a dance hall there, as well as the first motion picture was shown there as well in Spanish Fort. And so it's changed a little bit since then.
No more motion pictures, I think.
No more motion pictures. But how it came to be. In 1962, my father came home from the Army, and he got a job with the GI Bill at Orton Garage, which is where Zions Bank is now. And with the GI Bill money and with what he was making there, he rented a home in Spanish Fork and asked a young lady to marry him. And when he went and asked for time off, they went for their honeymoon. But when he came back, his boss said, "We got along so well without you, we're not going to need you anymore." And so we started walking down the street, because here he was, just married with an apartment, didn't have any way to pay for it, and he started walking down the street, and he got to this building and knocked on the door, and it was the Spanish Fort Press, community press at the time, which was owned by the Warners. And they hired him as a janitor initially. And from that point on, he worked there as a janitor, worked in the Provo office, worked here, and eventually took over the press itself. And then there came a time when the merger happened, and my father bought the Spanish Fort Press, and the other division of the company went to Provo. And that's kind of where it started. Now, everyone asks me what J-Mart stands for, and it's really unique. It's for my mom and dad. JC, that's the J in J-Mart. He called my mother Maureen, which is Mart. And so that's how J-Mart came to be. Now, when my wife and I bought the business and the newspaper, everyone wanted to know why we didn't change it to, we're called Double L Properties, Lane and Leslie. And everyone wanted to know why we couldn't change it or why we didn't change it. And it never felt right. It was always J-Mart. And so that's what it's always going to be, and that's what we come to love. Now, because of that, I wanted to just bring this. This is from the 1970s, the Fiesta Days poster. Can you see that not much has changed? And that's a compliment to all of our leaders. Can you see everything that's there is what we still do and what we still focus on? Let me show the other people that. That's from the early 1970s. It's part of the Fiesta Days, right there.
I remember that.
You remember it when you were around? Okay, but there came a time later on that I was called to do something else. And my wife and I moved to Europe. We lived in Italy for a while, and it forced us to sell the newspaper. So this was my final editorial for the Spanish Fort Press. So I'm going to have my wife pass it out to you. Because it meant a lot to me then, it means a lot to me now, because it means what the newspaper meant to our community. And I still don't go anywhere that someone doesn't say, "Why don't you start the paper again?" I'm just not young enough to do it again. But I remember everything that went on. As a newspaper publisher and editor, I knew everything that happened in town. I knew the people. I knew when they were born. I knew the events that took place. I knew when they got married. I knew when they passed away. So it was really a clearinghouse of information on a day-to-day basis that I was able to meet and talk to everyone in Spanish Fort. I can't say that I know everyone now in Spanish Fort, because it's changed a little bit. So when I returned in 2004 from Italy, my father was in poor health, hadn't been able to keep the business going, and so we had to make a decision. Did we want to stay in the business or go work somewhere else? Well, my wife decided we were going to stay in the business. She remodeled all the business, the front, the inside, and we changed our footprint. We became mostly a digital print shop and also a sign shop and fine arts center, which is a little different than how we started. But the first thing that I did when I came back, my father's dream was to continue with the history of Spanish Fork. And so the first thing I did when I returned, because he hadn't been able to work on it for a couple years, so in 2004 I completed this book. And it published, and we're quite proud of it, actually. Let me just read. I wrote a dedication to my father in it when we finished, but that's my father's picture right there when he was a newspaper editor. But this is what I wrote, just the last paragraph, a little bit about Spanish Fork, what it means now. I hope this book is a tribute and thanks in some small way to the many stalwart, ambitious, dedicated pioneers who sacrificed so much for our benefit. The charm and legacy for our community will now be forever recorded for the blessing of countless generations. Thank you to all who contributed in any way to make this publication a reality. You have performed a valiant service. And then I listed everyone that was involved in it. But that's how that came to be. That was for the sesquicentennial of Spanish Fork. Now, what have we done lately? Well, my future was to keep the downtown vibrant. So a lot of what I did, I built downtown. I didn't go somewhere else to build. I sold the building to my sister's closet to the Stearns because it was a commercial business. I built Main Street Plaza to keep an entry of people coming to the downtown. I built the Innovations Building in back of J Mart for that same reason, is to keep businesses that would be downtown. And I've just always felt it's important that we maintain a downtown image, which I want to thank the council and your previous council members and city planners and everyone that has kept a focus on our downtown. Because when you look at other cities that have lost the downtown, you've lost your heritage. You've lost your legacy. You've lost who you are. But yet you vibrantly maintain that. And so I want to thank all of you for doing that and helping us in any way possible that you can, because parking has always been an issue. So we've had to move to a digital age, obviously, an electronic age, and so we've changed how we do things. But it's also very important that we have the support of our city leaders in everything that we do downtown, and what you've done to bring a little bit of parking and other things has been very beneficial. Did you want to say anything else? And what I've done for the heritage of the riding club. Because rodeo has been such an important part of our lives here in Spanish Fork, in conjunction with the Diamond Fork Riding Club, I always print this magazine for Fiesta Days. Okay? Now, you might notice this, but this is a Spanish Fork girl that won the barrel racing of the Fiesta Days rodeo last year. That's why she's on the cover. So we feature local cowboys and cowgirls, and we want to keep the heritage alive. And so this is a way of keeping the club alive, because let me give you a hint. In everything that I've done with volunteerism in other areas, when you lose volunteerism, you lose your identity. And so I think it's really important that we continue with that. And that's all, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. That's super cool.
I do have one question.
Yes,
If
please.
somebody wanted to buy your Spanish Fork history book, how would they do that?
That's a good question, because I ran out today.
Did you really?
That's the only one I have left. And so what I do, I reprint them.
Is what
Yeah,
you're
so you
saying.
just have to sign up, and I reprint them. Geez, I've reprinted this history probably 30 times.
Okay.
And so all I do is just take your name, and then when I start to print it again, I'll have it,
Awesome.
and we can get it ready. But I did actually sell. This is the only one I have left. Actually, they took the one I had in my office, and this is the only one I had. But usually around Fiesta Days, I think we've sold 10 to 20 just this week.
That's great.
Because of that, because it brings people back to Fiesta Days, and they want to know that heritage. But anyway, yeah, we can still do it.
Thank you.
Lane, this was a reminder to me, your last publication, March 2001.
Yes.
When I spent a couple years away from home in the Midwest, my grandma Arlene Gull sent the press out every
Yeah.
week. That was, and I know that I'm not unique in that way, the people that did that got the press every week.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, we were fighting a companion over that, like, no, this is mine, you read your own, whatever. But I remember coming home in August and not having it for a few months. And I'm like, what's Grandma doing? She's slacking, you know?
Yeah.
But it was because of I found out later that it was because of your last publication. But,
It was.
what a tremendous part of Spanish Fork's heritage that reached well beyond our community into places I know all over the world where people were and wanting to know what went on in their hometown.
Well, we focused just on positive things. That's all we ever did. We never highlighted the negative of anything that went on. We just tried to highlight the positive and give recognition to those that deserved recognition for what they were doing.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that's entirely correct. He posted, I went 0 for 4 several times. in
Oh,
the
yeah.
paper.
Well, those are just facts.
Every time Shane went 0 for 4, it was newsworthy because he never did that.
Those are
Shane
facts.
never made Athlete of the Week.
Never once. When my mom passed away a year ago, we were going through the house, pulling out stuff, and there's this big box of Spanish Fork press clippings. And these 3 words are just like iconic at that
Yeah.
point. Right? You're pulling through it, just it's amazing. So thanks for everything you've done, Mike.
You captured memories before social media was a thing to put our pictures on. Now
Exactly.
Our
Yeah,
pictures are
exactly.
in the press, and our heritage is there, and it's a credit to you and your mom and dad and the great people they were too. So you guys have just carried on such a important and great tradition.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lane, are you okay to offer a prayer as well?
Yes, I would. I'd like a motivational message in the form of a prayer, if that'd be okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. Our Father in heaven, accept of our thanks on this very special occasion as we usher in the celebration of this great city. We're so thankful for all those that have gone before and what they've done to pave the way for all of us that follow. We're thankful for our heritage and our legacy and what it means in our lives. And it gives us a remembrance to reflect on the past while we live in the present and look forward to the future. We pray now that as we enter this time of celebration, we might do so free of injury, and that we might do so with loving hearts and friendliness, and welcome those back into our city that haven't been here for a while, that they might feel of our love and feel the spirit of this community, what makes it the community that it is. We pray for our leaders, especially those on the city council, our good mayor and city office staff, and also our city workers that work so diligently to pull off so much and to work so hard in our behalf. We pray for them and their families as they'll be away from them for a period of time. We bless that they'll be safe and protected in all that they do. And we pray for these things humbly in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lane.
Thanks, Lane.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, that takes us to public comments. Is there anybody?
Do the pledge first.
Oh, excuse me. Did we not do the pledge?
Please stand and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
Thank you for reminding me of that important part of the agenda. We'll now move to public comments. This is anybody that would like to petition, make a comment to the city council and mayor. We have a couple of public hearings on the agenda, so it's not the time for the public hearing part of the meeting, but any general public comment that anybody would like to make, please. Oh yeah, please. State your name so Tara can get you in the minutes, if that's all
My
right.
name is Becca Wilkins.
Thank you, Becca.
Yep. I just wanted to talk a little bit about pickleball. We love the pickleball courts. Thank you for putting them in. They're the most beautiful courts in the valley. We love that pickleball is a great sport. All ages and abilities can come and play, and the citizens can connect and exercise with each other. You may or may not be aware that it's such a popular court that has attracted citizens from all over the valley, kind of creating a problem for residents of the Spanish Fork to play on the courts. We have residents from Lehigh, American Fork, Orem, Provo, particularly students from BYU and UVO coming. On Tuesday night is a particular busy night, and sometimes everybody's cordial and sometimes they're not. As you're aware, the cops have been called. and things have sometimes gotten heated. Residents have been driven out. If you go recently, you'll notice there's less and less residents because of the contention that's there. And even the teenagers, I feel like, are marginalized with this conflict. We do feel like it's our tax dollars paying for the courts, so we do hope that you will take care of this issue for the citizens of Spanish Fork. I did come up with some ideas for solutions. When the Springville Reservoir was first built, I know that it became super busy and was really crazy, and they decided to meter the parking, where residents got free parking and non-residents had to pay like 5 or 10, and it's just an online system where you take a picture or go to the website and enter your license plate number. Super simple. Another idea is there could just be signs stating the resident priority. There are signs currently posted for a system of play, but it's not typically followed, so I don't know that that would be followed, but it is an idea. There were attendants working down there, kind of making sure everybody took turns, but they were not treated well, and I do understand that they quit. I don't know if there's plans to rehire them, but I think that would be great, rehire new attendants. Something like online reservations. I know that there's a system for the tennis courts, and that could be something employed here. And even maybe contacting BYU and asking them to make accommodations for their own students. Anyway, thank you for the courts. We really do love them, and we hope that we can work this out with everybody.
Thank you, Becca.
Thank you.
Fourth of July, time to celebrate freedom in the American way. My name is Dan Davis.
Thank you, Dan.
And I thought I'd just tell a little story about a little war story. I think people usually like to hear them. I'll try and tell it in 2 minutes and 53 seconds. I was on a mission. I used to fly Apache helicopters in the Army and was deployed twice. We had a mission where we had to provide overwatch for some ground troops going into a forward operating base near a town called Sirah in Afghanistan. And we started out early, and we flew for hours and hours providing overwatch for these guys, zigzagging up through passes where what we called jingle trucks had been blown up by Taliban and left on the side as burning hulks. As we got closer to Sirah, I told the guys to get off the road. I was flying with the commander, and they didn't. I told them to get in the ditch, in the waters. They can't usually put an IED in water and have it survive. Well, they stayed on the road, and eventually they hit an IED. And what it did to this Humvee is it separated it into probably 10 or so pieces. It blew a front tire 100 yards from point of impact, engine 50 yards in a radial manner. Going along as this situation developed, the ground commander was talking about the guys that had been killed, 2 of them immediately, and their names were Hobbs and Fernandez, and I wanted to voice their names out loud, so people could, most people have forgotten about them, but I haven't. And they died not instantly. They were talking about washers through separated limbs, et cetera, washers going through the bodies and killing them. And this played out for a while. That ended up being a 10.5-hour mission. The locals were sitting on the hills like spectators at a rodeo. They must have known something was taking place. And as the night developed, they tried to lure us into more traps. The trucks eventually made it to the forward operating base, but it was very tumultuous. And luckily, our guys didn't lose control, because it was easy to lose control when you see your guys on the ground getting killed and everybody's watching like it's some sort of spectator sport. So I just wanted to say that we can pay tribute to the veterans, and not just the veterans, but the citizens that are willing to, and I'm not talking about myself, citizens that are willing to go and fight for our freedom, whether it be justified in everybody's minds or not. This is the time of year we take into account the sacrifices, the real sacrifices that people have made, not the false ones that this world seems to be full of, along with the victim bullies of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan.
Mike Wilkins. I just wanted to add my voice to my wife, Becca. I'm not a huge professional pickleball player, but I do play once a week, and I do see a lot of students there, a lot of people from outside the city, and what it does to us, just as a regular person wanting to play, is it pushes us to look in other communities. And so it starts to create a problem for them, and I don't want to do that, but we just want to come and play at the pickleball courts that are local. So I did think it was working when we had those two ladies working, and they were helping kind of make sure people were taking turns on the courts and saying, okay, you're next, and you're next, and there is a system that was in place, and they were great. I was really like, man, they are good. So it really was a shame when they left, and it's just made it harder to rotate. And so I just wanted to add my voice in support of my wife, and I do play with a group of guys, and we do like to play, and it makes it really hard to get in and play. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I don't know who that we should give this to.
Sure, we'll take it. Yep, thanks. Anyone else? Dale, you want to take just a second and maybe speak to the pickleball? Any? What's that? Any? Come on up, Dale. Yeah, I don't know. You had something. We don't need to solve all the problems of that right now, but anything that's in the works that maybe could help a situation like that.
No, I appreciate these guys. I took some copious notes, okay? So you have been heard. We are fully aware of the problem in Spanish Fork, and we have been begging every community around us to build pickleball courts and get off of ours. Our biggest problem is Provo hasn't built their massive park yet that they're saying they're going to build. So we are aware of the problem. That's the reason we did put some employees there in place for a while, which I'm glad to hear did work. And we'll probably reinstigate that again if we can find anybody that's willing to take the abuse, because that is a problem, right? And the people we had down there are pretty tough. It just wears on you after a while. So thank you for your suggestions. We've heard you. My assistant director's here who's actually over those courts, and so we'll take some of that under advisement and work on some solutions, because we do realize it's a problem.
We know people locally that maybe sometimes get callings on Sundays over at BYU. Maybe it's their turn to be down there and take rotations. Might know some of the
Young
people.
single adult pickleball advisor.
I like it. I like it. Just weave it right into the calling. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the public comments. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we'll move to council comments. We'll start down here tonight with Councilman Argyle.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. So I had the Veterans Council met. They would just like to say thanks for all the help that they have with Memorial Day, with the flags. They do now have 1,900 flags that are for our veterans that they post each year. But they have awesome amount of volunteers. They felt like the program was really well. Dr. Rick Nelson spoke, and he continues to improve that process, and some of the things that he does was neat to hear about some of those humanitarian aid things that he's been involved with for all of his life. The veterans were grateful. They had several other memorial meetings that they went to, and they said every single one of them was good, but Spanish Forks is always the best. Just wanted to make a quick comment. Thanks, Dan, for your comment. In this day and age, July 4th seems to come and go. And there's a lot of turmoil going on right now in this country, but it is still one of the greatest countries. Recently, when our nation was formed, and the beginning of this nation, July 4th, 1776, it wasn't just a really smooth operation that took place. It took a long time to get the Constitution signed, and then from July 4th and on, that had to be ratified by each state. Andrew Jackson went to each single state and to their House of Representatives to get that signed so that it was ratified. If you can imagine, then they had to put together, we had a Continental Congress, they had to put together the first Congress, which took several years. It didn't convene until 1789, so quite a few years after. And the first thing they had to do is come up with a way to fund the government, and laws and taxes and things that was being raised, and that's a bad word, from clear back to the 1700s. But they had to vote for those representatives. They had to get them in place. It took a long time for them to get there and get in place. One of the most important things that happened during the Constitution was every single state demanded that there was a Bill of Rights to protect the individual against what they called this great big government that they had created. It took a long time to do that. James Madison was partial. Of course, he was involved in the Constitution, and then he was involved in the Bill of Rights. And he thought it would be really easy to get that passed. It took 2 years to get the Bill of Rights through each one of those houses and Congress, and to vote and ratify those bills of rights. And we know them now as those are individual rights. The First, the Second Amendment, there's 15 of them, and there are individual rights to protect us against a government that may be overbearing on us. During that, there were gerrymandering that took place. That word wasn't even used back then, but it took place. There was guys that didn't want certain people to be in Congress, and so they manipulated and did that. And James Madison had that. He wanted to be a senator because that put him, he thought that was the most important place to be, because there was, back then, there was just 2 for each state. And then they had made a decision about the House of Representatives. He didn't get to be a senator, but he did become one of the first representatives of Virginia, and had a major role in getting that Bill of Rights passed. To his amazement, though, his state was one of the ones that was the worst against the Bill of Rights. New York, seems like New York's always fighting that going forward, and Virginia refused to pass it until there were some certain things passed in that. But it took them 2 years to get the Bill of Rights passed. How grateful we are for that, those rights that we share. We're grateful for those founding fathers. They gave up everything to put this country in motion and for us to enjoy them. Lane Henderson talked a little bit about those forward thinkers, and those that came before us to set the foundation. And this council and this mayor, we're so grateful for those who have served before us. They put Spanish Fork on a wonderful path, and they've continued that for 167 years, I think we're now. So grateful for them and their sacrifices. It's not easy to serve all the time up here, especially in July when you have several meetings every single day, it seems like, and they're all good things because they're great things, and especially during Fiesta Days. But it has been a great opportunity for me to serve, and I am grateful for those who came before us. I am an American. I love America. I love Spanish Fork, and I think it's the greatest city in the nation, and it is a great place to live and raise your family. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilman Argyle. Councilman Gordon.
If you don't know Councilman Argyle by now, you know Dan. You get him going on that. And I knew him before he was a councilman and had time in his home. And I just asked him about his trip to Normandy one time, and he'll tell you he showed up to the Veterans Memorial this year in a suit and tie. He loves our veterans, and so thanks for those comments, Dan, and thanks, Chad. Your comments were well said. I wanted to congratulate Chief Eddie Hells and those new firefighter paramedics that have joined the city of Spanish Fork as they were sworn in last week. I was not able to be there, but congratulate them. It's been a rough week for our city. The last week, we've had some tragedy and some loss with a couple of couple of sad instances in our community. And so thoughts and prayers with those families as well as our first responders who sacrifice so much. Mayor wanted to report that yesterday I had a board meeting for New Era, which is basically the group that manages our landfill out in Bayview. We're working on a gas to energy project that's been awarded, and the contractor will get started in September installing that flare to basically convert that energy into electricity. It's been a long time coming, as well as working on a new liner for a new cell for more garbage, as well as a new office for the workers out there. So excited for them. They're excited, those that work out there at the landfill, for those new improvements. And then the last comment that I wanted to make was I had a phone call, and so I just wanted to point out to make a comment to Chris Thompson and any of the engineers that our friends from Lakeshore called in concern about a roundabout that we're planning and in the planning stages. These friends haul a lot of eggs through our streets in Spanish Fork, so we want to make sure they're part of the planning process, because one wheel up on a roundabout with a large trailer could crack some eggs, and we don't want those pouring down Main Street. So if you'll please coordinate with me, and we'll make sure that the Shepherds are part of that, at least that discussion as we plan that. So just wanted to point that out and make you aware of that, as we haven't had time to talk about that. So Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gordon. Councilwoman Beck.
We're going to do Fiesta Days in Spanish Fork 101, so we'll hold off on that. The other two things I wanted to just let everyone be aware of is the Spanish Fork City Puzzle. If you have not heard, we unveiled the puzzle that Eric Dowdle was commissioned to do right over here. And you can buy these puzzles here at City Hall, $25. We'll also have a couple locations during Fiesta Days. One will be the craft fair across the street at the library park to pick those up. And we will have exclusivity for the next 3 years. So you can't just go to Walmart or Dowdle and get your puzzle there. Super fun. We're super proud of it. So we encourage you to pick one up for you and your family. And then I would also like to congratulate our fire and EMS. Last week I had the opportunity to swear in Captain Christina Reed, Deputy Chief Krista Horting, and Fire Marshal Jason Turner, along with 6 paramedics. The next 6 will join the team in January. We received our paramedics license. We are just super proud of this department and where they are now, and we give a lot of this credit, to Chief Eddie Hells, who was hired several months back, and his vision, and we appreciate everyone working in our Station 61 and 62 for all of their hard work, and I echo what Brandon just said as well. They've had a rough week, and we appreciate, in my opinion, they have the hardest job out there. So thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Beck. Councilman Marshall.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be quick. Looking forward to our first meeting of the Utah Lake, what was the commission, now the Utah Lake Authority. Should happen in the next couple weeks. I need to talk to Emily at some point so we can get the Arts Council to meet. I haven't met. We've met one time since I've been on the commission, on the council, so I need to get with them and figure out what's going on there. Yes? Yes? Okay. She's like, good, thumbs up. Looking forward to Fiesta Days over the next few weeks. Had the opportunity last year was my first time, and
It was a good year.
I learned a lot. I'm not belly flopping this year.
Okay. Unless there's a rainstorm.
Nope, not even if there's a rainstorm. That video came up today in a meeting that I had at work.
Good.
Yeah, no, so we're not doing it again. It's Kevin's turn.
No,
I'm going to
Good.
pass the baton.
it's all right.
But looking forward to that. I want to thank the city employees for putting that on. I know it's a ton of hard work. When I was a youngin', I worked a little bit on the Fiesta Days, and it's a lot of work. Got 100 hours in one paycheck.
Ooh.
Thought I was rolling in the cash,
First and only time
$335. And I was like, yes. But it's a lot of hard work, and I thank all the city employees for putting in their time and doing that and making it something special for our citizens. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Marshall. Councilman Euler.
First off, I want to recognize that we've got a room full tonight, not only here in council chambers, but also out in the foyer. Thank you for being here. It lets us know that you care about our community, that you care about where you live. So thank you for being here. First, I want to turn the time over to Kathleen Levitt, President of the Spanish Fork Area Chamber of Commerce.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for having me, you guys. It's always fun. I like your matching shirts. They're way cute. I got a photo. So we have a lot.
That's what she was going for.
I knew it was you. We have a lot going on with the chamber this month. So the first thing I want to announce is we had a new award that we recognize, or that we gave out. It's a Random Acts of Recognition Award. So it goes along the lines of, oh my gosh, what he was saying, the guy that opened with J-Mart, yeah. Yes, what he was talking about with, recognizing the goodness in the community. So I realized we get a lot of negative feedback, a lot of focus on that. And so the chamber is a really nice platform to where we can really highlight and recognize the goodness that's happening, because we have a lot of really good citizens. We have a lot of really good business owners that do some amazing things. So this Random Acts of Recognition Award we gave out last week. It was given to Rod Fife. If any of you guys know him, he always spends a lot of personal time just doing things behind the scenes, and he doesn't want recognition for it. In fact, he was embarrassed to even come down to receive the award, but he's an amazing person. He did a bunch of cleanup behind the old Kmart building, a lot of stuff that probably none of us would have volunteered to touch. He was out there cleaning it up. And then while he was in the office receiving his award, he was talking about how he had just spent the day before cleaning all the thistles off of the Spanish Fork River Trail, just because it needed to be done. And so he's just a pretty amazing person to have in our community. So we were happy to be able to recognize him for some of those things. If you guys hear of cool stories like that, please let us know, so that way we can continue this award, randomly recognizing these random acts of recognition. So the next thing that we've got, talking again about some of the heritage and keeping that alive. We're going to be doing the poker run again this year during Fiesta Days, and so that really encourages businesses on Main Street to get involved and have people come. We want to encourage that foot traffic to come to the Main Street businesses, so that people can learn what's on Main Street. They can get into the doors of some of those businesses on Main Street, because there's some really cool gems along there that some of them I didn't even know about before getting this job. So having that opportunity to go in and get your card stamped or pull a card from the businesses, even if you don't, shop or use the service, then it gets our community knowing what's on Main Street, so we can keep those businesses alive and thriving. So we're doing signups for those right now. So we'll be passing out the sign-up sheets for those for businesses to participate. And then if people want to play poker, they can get cards from the Chamber of Commerce. We'll have it online this year as well to print off. And then we're going to have a booth during Fiesta Days where people can come and pick up the poker cards to play that. We are not doing... We're not doing noon networking this month because there's a lot of people out of town for vacation, but instead what we're doing is a summer social event. It's actually tomorrow at noon. It's going to be at the Jones Hughes Heritage Park. That's so hard for me to say. Jones Hughes Heritage Park. It's right next door to Barry's Drive-In. It's a really cool little pioneer village back there that is really well hidden. But so this is an event. It's free to the community. It's free to business owners. It's free to families, children. So we want to just have people come in and take a tour of it, have some fun, and then the chamber is sponsoring a frozen treat for everybody that comes down. So just to stay cool and check out the park. Business of the month for July is Cowboy Donuts. We'll be having that ceremony on Friday at noon for them, so we're super excited about that. And the last thing we've got is we are putting a float in the Fiesta Days parade this year, which we're super stoked about. And as a part of that, we're doing a ping pong hunt. So our businesses are sponsoring either one or a few ping pong balls that are numbered and QR coded. And so we'll be hiding the ping pong balls all along the parade route. So in people's chairs, in trees and gutters, and just kind of hidden, but obviously not hidden because we want them to be found. But so the participants and the viewers will be able to find these balls. They'll scan the QR code on the ball, which takes them to a website, and then the number on the ball will correlate with the prize that they've won from those balls. So it's a really good opportunity for our members or our businesses to be able to promote their products. They can sponsor these balls with goods and services for their own businesses as well. So some of them, if that doesn't quite work, then there's gift cards and, different things like that. But we've had a lot sponsor with, gift cards to their own businesses or services for their own businesses. So that way the community sees what they do, learn what they do, and they've got a free sample with their found ball. So it should be a lot of fun. We've had a lot of businesses excited about it, and hopefully this is something that we can have recurring every year, because it's hopefully going to be a lot of fun for everybody. So that's what we've got.
Great. Thank you, Kathleen.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Just a couple other things. The Spanish Fork Farmers Market, which is also hosted by the Chamber of Commerce, begins July 30th and will run through the end of October. Something new this year for seniors, the state has a new program that the Spanish Fork Farmers Market will participate in. It's called the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. This is a program for low-income seniors where they qualify for a one-time $50 stipend at participating markets. And once the farmers market gets underway, we'll have more details that we'll be able to provide, and everyone can share with those that they think could benefit from that. Final thing from me, also coming up, Utah County Fair, August 4th to the 6th. The county's looking for volunteers still to help with that. You will get a free Utah County t-shirt if you volunteer. And to do so, you can go to utahcountyfair.org, click the volunteer tab, and I checked it yesterday, and they do have still quite a few slots available if anybody wants to help out there. Thanks, Mayor.
Wish I knew somebody on the senior board, or senior committee that could get that information to the seniors about the.
I do too.
You know somebody? Okay.
Angela will
We
get it
will,
done.
we will,
We'll get
yeah,
that.
that's right.
You'll
We'll
relay that to
pass
them.
that off to my wife, and she'll make sure everybody knows.
Good information. It's a great part of the history and time of year too, when the farmers market gets up and running. So thank you everybody for your meetings and your what you do for the council and your different assignments. A couple of things that I have. First, I wanted to read an email really quick. It's a short email, and it was already discussed that public officials and the people that work in the public sector, they do put themselves out there. They don't do everything perfect, and they don't pretend to do everything perfect, and so it's not always rosy emails that come to us, and that's fine. You signed up for it to get better. You got to know where you maybe fall short. But this email that we all received as a council, I believe, maybe not, but I'll just read it real quick. I won't use the resident's name because I didn't ask him about it, but he said, "Mayor Mike, just an acknowledgement of the great job that one of your city water folks did for my condo at the above address. Someone at the Maple Mountain condos posted on Facebook that we had a water leak. I called the Spanish Fork Emergency Hours number, and the gentleman, C. Bishop, knew the address that I provided to him and mentioned that he had already been out to repair it. We appreciate the extra work. That Independence Day holiday, too often we don't appreciate or acknowledge the work that our city employees give to us." So it's already been mentioned a couple of times as we go into another holiday season for our state and especially our city, of the employees and their attention to detail, working. Chris passed that along, I'm sure, someone in your department, but it was a nice email to receive from a resident that they were on top of it and helping them out. So good work there. I had the pleasure of two things yesterday. First, having a Fairgrounds committee meeting. It's coming up where we're going to see each other a lot down at the Fairgrounds for the county fair in August and for Fiesta Days rodeo, of course, during Fiesta Days. You'll notice a few things different there. A little expanded parking on the south end of the area. Still under construction. Dale can maybe talk more about that when he comes up to talk about the rodeo. But there's going to be a lot of additional parking, the old metal salvage yard there. We'll be able to host some of us, and so hopefully, I know it's frustrating to be a business owner down on that end and try to do business or close business while people are trying to park in your places too. So I've felt for them for a while, but it's getting better. You'll see a lot, a few minor changes, tweaks here and there, and it'll just keep getting better down there at the fairgrounds. So I appreciate that committee, our partnership with the county, where we can make sure that the fairgrounds is always improving and not staying stagnant. I got to talk a little bit to the Diamond Fork Riding Club. You'll see them if you're new to Spanish Fork. They're the guys that wear the black vests and the white shirts, help you get to your seats, help you park your car, help you with directions, help check you in with tickets, and sell you a program if you're so inclined. The Diamond Fork Riding Club has been a huge part of our rodeo ever since we've had a rodeo. And so I was happy to talk to them yesterday and thank them for their service. I mentioned to them that I spent some time out of town last week and met a guy, and the first thing he said, and rodeo's on your mind in July if you live in Spanish Fork. And so he said, I'm from Cheyenne. And I says, oh, I'm from Utah. And I said, Cheyenne, they got a pretty good rodeo. I hear it's good, Frontier Days, one of the biggest rodeos in the world. And he knew about Fiesta Days. He knew about our rodeo too. And I says, man, that must be something. I'd love to get up there and see Cheyenne and the Frontier Days rodeo sometime. And he says, oh, man, it's so busy. Me and my family leave during the week. And I thought, oh, what a contrast. I don't know how big Cheyenne is anymore. And I don't know, I've never been to the celebration. But I can tell you, and this is what I told the Diamond Fork Riding Club, I would never, ever leave Spanish Fork during Fiesta Days. I hope our residents know that. It's busy, yeah, there's some traffic. There's people doing their whole family reunions, coming in from all over the nation to watch a parade and get together and have a barbecue and go to the rodeo and the carnival and the craft fair and all the fireworks shows and everything that we're going to talk about today. And it's a little bit busier, but holy cow, I couldn't. This guy was complete opposite of what I think about Fiesta Days, and that you'd ever leave town during one of the coolest parts of the year for our city. So there's my plea: don't leave town, stay in town, and we'll see you as we party over the next couple of weeks. They also do some great things. The Diamond Fork Riding Club raises some money. You'll see Tough Enough to Wear Pink Night is always a thing at the rodeo. What night, Dale? It's Thursday night. Friday night this year, so we'll be wearing pink instead of white. Really cool. They raise some money and give it to families that they're going through cancer. And so, great group of people to help us out with the rodeo. I appreciate Councilman Gordon mentioning tough incidents. We've been in the news, for a little bit here, and our hearts do go out to the families that have to deal with tragedy like that in our community. And they do go out to our first responders too, who have signed up to, be on scenes like that and help people, but it doesn't make it any easier. So our hearts out to the families, and our best wishes out to our first responders as they deal with tough stuff. Councilwoman Beck mentioning the Dowdle puzzle. Yes, such a great event at the park to have everybody in the park. It was a little preview for Fiesta Days, right? It felt a little like
Fiesta Days-ish.
Yeah, it was a fiesta then siesta is what you did, right? What's
wrong.
That? Is it nap?
No.
Siesta? I thought siesta's nap. Fiesta
Yes.
then siesta.
Party nap. Yeah.
I thought he spoke Spanish.
Oh, yeah, that's what it means, but I thought you said it was an app.
No, it was a nap. A nap.
I don't have that.
There was so much of a party.
Moved on from something? I'm not sure what's going on.
Might be a preview to the next year's theme, Fiesta y Siesta.
Oh, okay. You like
Wait.
Just let me plant that.
The mayor is not on the
Let
committee.
that settle. Let that settle.
Yes.
That could have just came. That could have just came at a good time. So
Okay.
the Dowdle puzzle is really cool.
The next agenda item is
Yeah, really cool. The details in it, so fun, and it was great to have the artist there to sign it for people. And people kept asking me, the real guy, Dowdle, the real Dowdle was there? And yeah, he was there, and there was a big line to have him sign puzzles and stuff. So thank you, the committee that worked hard on that, Nick, you guys that took that on And I know Mayor Leifson and Kier, Councilman Scobes, that were here before, and their work on it, and appreciate that. That's going to be a cool thing to go into the future of Spanish Fork. Last but not least, there was a primary election. The city council seats up here are not political parties, right? It's not partisan elections up here. You don't say I'm from this party or this party. I've always said my statement there is there's no D or R next to the pothole. It just needs to be fixed, right? And that's local government. But one of our council members put his name in the hat for partisan races, and it was at our county level, just a level above city government.
Adjacent to.
Okay, we're not going to give him that. Yeah, not going too much higher. Don't let it get. But I'd like to congratulate my good friend, a good buddy, and a good friend to Spanish Fork. Councilman Gordon was successful in his election, primary election, to be the next county commissioner in the county of Utah, in Utah County. So yes, that deserves it. He was the Republican winner of that election. There is no other challenger. And so it won't happen until the first of next year. So he'll be with us. We still got him for a time. And then we'll talk about the vacating of his seat and filling that seat for another year, because you still have a year left on your term. But he'll start his 4-year term as a county commissioner. Again, I've already brought the county up a couple of times. It's crucial. It's so important, our relationship with the county, all of the cities in Utah County and their relationship with the county. We work on a lot of things together, safety-wise, but land use-wise, planning-wise, and everything else. And to have Councilman Gordon, a common sense elected official that has a track record of listening and collaborating and tackling problems with the end in mind, is going to be something fantastic for us as a city, and good for the county as a whole. So if you don't have his cell number, get his cell number, because you can call him at the county level the first of next year and talk to him there. But congratulations, pal. Very good campaign and well-deserved confidence from the voters of Utah County.
It's a lot more than just running for city council.
A little bit more?
Wow, it's exhausting. But I don't know, you kind of pushed me at moments, but I tell you, it's a lot.
There was probably a dozen times where Councilman Gordon said, "Why? What am I doing? Why did I get into this?" Right? And you do in politics, but you did great. You ran a great campaign, and you'll do great as a public servant in that arena. So we appreciate you.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll eulogize you later with poems and stuff.
Let's get to work.
Yeah, who is going to write the poem? He usually does the. Can he write his own poem? Rachel will write it. Rachel will write it.
Yeah.
Very good. Why I bring that up, that election was certified. The canvass was done earlier today, so it's an official acceptance of those numbers. That the election was in June, last part of June, right? But it takes a couple of weeks to canvass the election, and that was done today. So official today, and congratulations. Okay, now on to item number 7, Spanish Fork 101. I'm going to pass it over to Councilwoman Beck, who is over all things Fiesta Days for this body.
Well, let's not go that far, but
Okay.
Oh, let's do.
let's do.
Yep.
So let's turn around and get our hats on, guys. And are we ready for Fiesta Days? Yeehaw!
Nope.
Okay. Nope. We are going to invite our Parks and Rec Director, Dale Robinson, up, and then when he is finished, we want to invite our Fiesta Days Executive Committee to come up to the microphone and go over all things Fiesta Days.
Yeah, we're up. So we're excited to be here. Howdy. How y'all doing?
Howdy.
You got to start practicing. You can't.
Don't pose. Nope.
Come on, Shane.
Hello, how are you?
Come on, Shane. Shane, you can't talk to cowboys like that. So you got to change it up just a little bit.
Listen, I've lived here my entire life. No one's buying if I wore a hat like this before.
We're gonna push him in
Well, it's okay.
It
Right,
was
Gary?
pretty funny when he bought his hat last year. He was struggling.
Oh,
He was at
I was in-
Abercrombie.
I was in,
And he's like, I'm at Buckle, but I don't see him. We're like, oh yeah, keep looking. Keep looking.
they do not sell them at Abercrombie. I was in Texas 2 weeks ago, and this guy from Texas is on the
Anyways,
stage.
next agenda item. Stop it, stop it.
Yeah, going backwards.
you look good,
Yeah, thanks.
Shane. We're pinch hitting for our rodeo chairman tonight, Nick Hanks, who is with the rest of the committee. We inadvertently scheduled a work night tonight. So they're all down there putting the arena together and doing all the preparations for the rodeo, which starts next Wednesday night.
And I'll be honest, we would rather be there.
True story.
We would rather you be there.
And Shane concurs.
Who would answer all your questions?
Anyway, we're excited for the rodeo again. It starts up next Wednesday and goes through the following Monday, with the finale being on Monday, the 26th. 5th.
That's why I'm here.
Thank you. We are celebrating our 80th anniversary this year. So the mayor mentioned the Diamond Fork Riding Club. They started this in 1942 with a bunch of them getting their own money together to come start a rodeo, and that was the beginnings. So it's our 80th anniversary. This year, the rodeo is sold out again. So this is the 72nd, this will be the 72nd consecutive sellout. And I know our residents hear that all the time, right? It's becoming old hat, but that's really unique in our industry. And it's a testimony to the tradition and all the things that have already been talked about today, and how people love to gather together as a community and enjoy these events that the committee's going to talk about here, as well as the rodeo. For those of you that did not get tickets, it will be live on the Cowboy Channel. I believe it's 94 on SFCN.
Yep.
Chad, you should know that.
It's right next to Grit, yeah.
Channel 94 and SFCN. It will be live on the Cowboy Channel. So we want you to know that. The most important thing I think we want you to know, that if you didn't get your tickets, is for next year's rodeo, they will go on sale on the 26th. That's why I got that date confused. The 26th at midnight, tickets will go on sale. So we encourage you to do them early. We're selling out earlier every year because this is a pretty popular event. People love to come here. Backed by popular demand is Cowboy Kenny and the Steel Rodeo. So there's some excitement for our entertainment, as well as all of the rodeo cowboys and athletes. So
JJ will be our clown again this year. And if you've gone to the rodeo the last few years, you know that JJ is a fan favorite. And one of the things I love about JJ, in fact, the thing I love most about JJ is he is not the same ever. Right, if you go to all 5 nights of the rodeo, you don't hear the same jokes any of those 5 nights. Whereas with other clowns, you hear the same joke every night, and 10 years later, you'll still hear the same joke. Hear that particular clown, and so JJ brings fresh. He's just off the cuff and so funny and so engaging, and frankly, part Spanish Fork, I think, at this point, right?
For sure.
We were able to get Joe to move to Utah Valley. I think keep trying. We'll get JJ to move here too. That's how much they have become a part of the community.
And we, despite, it's funny because this time of year we start finding friends that we haven't seen since 2nd grade that are
tickets?
like,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. We don't get free tickets as a city council.
Yeah, you don't.
My wife gets stopped at the gym every day and says, hey, and I've been getting all sorts of calls and texts from old cousins that I didn't know I had. So
Exactly.
we bought ours early. So.
Well, one thing that we do want to let you know is pay attention, purchase the tickets through SF City Tix, because we've become a very popular event. We have ticket scalpers out there that are buying tickets as well. That's what happens when you become big time, I guess. But for our residents and those that are listening, please go get your tickets through SF City Tix and do it early. The one thing I do want to touch on that the mayor mentioned too is we do have additional parking south of the fairgrounds. I'm guessing 300?
Let's see.
We're guessing, because we don't have lines marked. It's just, we've got,
Yeah, we'll get them marked, but yeah, we'll see. Eventually, that parking lot will get more and more developed, but in the meantime, it's just. We're not gonna have you helping. Sorry. Well, first of all, we don't know where they would end up. They'd be buried somewhere, right?
It's challenged him.
I know, right? But yeah, we're hoping 300 to 400. Oh, and you and I will be back there, yeah. We'd love to have 300 or 400 cars south of the stadium, which it relieves a lot of the burden of people either one, walking from far away, or two, having to cross Main Street.
so let's rodeo.
Yeah, so I just want to say one more time, buy your tickets from sfcitytix.com. If you type Fiesta Days Rodeo into the search engine and click on the first link, it will not be our rodeo. Somebody, whether it's, I can name off 2 or 3 different sites, they pay money to Google to have certain keywords, and it shows up as a Google ad, but that first 1, 2, or even 3 links are some other site. So if you're asleep at the mouse and you click that first one, you're buying your ticket from somebody else, and chances are you're saying a swear word as you do it, because your ticket price may be $50, $60. And so there are, let's see, we're the 4th, maybe the third true link down, maybe the 6th or 7th link down, right?
Yeah.
And so people are buying a lot of tickets and paying a lot more money than they should through this other site, sometimes even in March and April, and they're just asleep at the mouse. So go through the city's ticket website, sfcitytix.com.
Now, that's for next year's rodeo.
That's for next year's
If you tried to
rodeo.
go there, SF City Tix, you wouldn't find a ticket.
Yeah,
this
you might
year.
get one
Maybe-
seat here
maybe
and one
one-
seat on the
Yeah,
other
maybe,
side,
maybe
yeah.
separate from each other. But, some people go to those other sites and buy them this year, and as we get closer and closer, those prices maybe even go higher and higher. And besides the cousin thing, I've heard, well, why are you charging me so much for a ticket? The ticket price is very manageable and affordable from the city, but the secondary websites will
Yeah, we
try
get
to make a
multiple
profit.
phone calls a day.
Yep.
Saying what's going on. And we can't control that, so we just encourage everybody to take care of that. All right.
So yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Oh, excited.
Let's bring up the rest of our committee, who have done an excellent job, by the way. This is an indication of the volunteers and how dedicated they are in our community, which is the backbone of our community, as Lane mentioned earlier. So who's you starting off, Emily?
Hi, I'm Emily Harriman, the Special Events Supervisor. All of you guys should have received your Fiesta Days magazine in the mail last week. We have so many great activities happening, so hopefully you carry this with you everywhere so you don't miss anything. First, I'm going to introduce to you our Fiesta Days Chairman, Mark and Mindy Warner.
Hello, everybody. We're happy to be here.
Mayor and the City Council, my name is Mark Warner, and this is my lovely bride, Mindy, of 39 years. And we're happy to be here and excited to start talking about Fiesta Days. It has started, people. And it will roll on for another couple of weeks. Tonight, we want to introduce to you the Grand Marshal, and you've already met the Pioneer Spirit Award winner, but we'd also like to formally introduce him also. You want to go ahead with the...
Well, let's get him in here. Okay.
I had the pleasure of interviewing these fine people last week. It's good. On SF 17.
Link, you want to sit down right here?
Well, if you grew up in Spanish Fork, there's a pretty good chance that you know our Grand Marshal, Lynn Jones. Whether as a teacher at Park Elementary or the principal at the junior high, or maybe he was your baseball coach. His whole life has been centered around the city and interacting with the citizens of all ages. He has also been deeply involved in being a firefighter and serving as chief for 2 years. He and his wife, Joanne, raised their children on the corner of 100 West and 7th North, only moving one time, and that was just next door. Lynn has made a difference in the lives of many in Spanish Fork, and we are proud to introduce him as our Grand Marshal for the 2022 Fiesta Days.
This was quite an experience, but I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you folks for being here and allowing us, the Joneses, to take this position. It's been quite rewarding for us over the years. And like I say, being a citizen of this town, educator, fireman, whatever, it's been important for me to have this position bestowed on she and I. So I'd like to have Joanne now. I look at it this way. She's the coach, and the team's behind me back here, and I'm the mascot.
There you go.
But we've done this thing over the years, and it's been really great. Like I say, as I look at every one of you here, I know, and it's rewarding for me to be able to look you right there and thank you folks for making this city the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. And we'd like to give you and your lovely bride these honorary Fiesta Day chairs. You're going to need them because there's a lot of events that you're going to be at, and you want a good seat. Thank you very much.
What I was wondering, did you provide a carrier?
Pack deal for that? Well, you call me anytime and I'll pack it in for you.
That's a lot better than what I was thinking.
I think just to add to that, if you anywhere you go, you say you need a carrier, I bet 15 people will be there ready to help you. That's what you and your wife mean to us.
Chief Hales said that he'd make sure I got a ladder there to get up. And I told him, I said, well, I'd hope there'd be a ladder to get Joanne up. Because I said, she gets embarrassed every time I goose her.
I don't think we want to go there anymore, Lynn.
This is on national television, and he said that. Hey, I'll tell you, that house on 7th North and 100 West, if you haven't been by the Jones house, we used to give Yard of the Month things out, and you probably have the record for Yard of the Month too, but that yard that you guys keep, and I know you work so hard on, such a testament to Spanish Fork and the pride you take in your home and your property there, and I know your farm too that you love as well. But that home, just as a kid, I knew that was beautiful growing up, and I'm 40-something years old now and think it's beautiful. So thank you for all your contributions to the community, but that's a testament too. So good work. Excited to honor you.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
The Pioneer Spirit Award. The Pioneer Spirit Award is given to individuals in our community who exemplify the pioneer spirit of today. A staple of Spanish Fork Main Street is J Mart Printing. Owner Lane Henderson grew up around the smell of ink and the noise of a printing press. His parents ran the Spanish Fork Press, our local newspaper. Lane took over the business in the mid-'80s. The paper covered everything from weddings, births, deaths, sporting events. Lane attended all civic meetings and events. He was our man on the street. The paper highlighted the best of the community at the time when there was no internet, no Facebook, and no Instagram. And I can testify to that. This is how we got our news growing up. And I agree with the mayor. I served for 2 years, and this came to us every week. And it was free of charge. If you were a citizen of Spanish Fork, Palmyra, Lake Shore, or Benjamin, you most likely appeared in the paper at one time or another. So we're proud to present our 2022 Pioneer Spirit Award to Lane Henderson.
You've already heard from me. I'm
Congratulations.
not going to tell anything about my wife boosting her up.
All right. Yeah, your turn.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but I threatened him. Don't do that. But I do want to tell you, put a plug in for Lane. I remember when I was only about 4 years old, my dad was working in Park City. And we would come down to from Park City and stay with my grandmother Dart. And they were building Deer Creek at that time. And she had a little stove with an oven, and she didn't do much cooking in it, but she always kept her press in the oven. And we loved it. And Lane, I've got a lot of articles in my scrapbook of the press. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thanks, Joanne.
I'd like to take a minute now and introduce a couple more of the executive committee, if they could come in. So we have the past chairs, the chairs of 2021, Ron and Allison Nielsen with us tonight. And we have the upcoming chairs, who I don't know why they accepted, but they did, for 2023, Max and Amy Darrington. At this time, we'd like to present the city council with their official T-shirts. Interesting note about these T-shirts. The committee came up with the theme, and then we decided that we would put out to the city a contest to design this T-shirt. And we probably got 15 to 20 entries in this contest, and they only got tickets to the rodeo. Of course, it is sold out, so those are popular tickets. They could probably trade those for hundreds of dollars at this point. And we voted as a committee on the different art drawings, and we voted this one in. This was from a Miss Amy Creer, a local citizen, did this for us. And I just think it really represents the theme really well. And I'm excited about the theme this year, Pride and Progress, and I'm excited about the shirt. And people keep telling me it's a retro design, and I do not understand that.
You're retro already.
Because I'm already retro.
I love it.
We'd like to take a minute and each couple just talk about probably one of our most favorite events. I like all of Fiesta Days, but we're going to talk about our favorite event. Anyone?
So my favorite thing is the Children's Parade. It's Saturday, in January, we're getting ahead. July 23rd. And it all starts at 9 o'clock with the Children's Parade, and it starts at Park Elementary. This year we have over 20 entries, ranging from church groups, scouts, families, businesses, even some individuals. And I want to make sure that I mention that we'll still accept entrance into the parade up until that morning. So we want to encourage any kids that want to be in it. The parade route goes down Center Street and ends at the corner of First South and Main Street. Popsicles will be handed out to all the entrants, as well as one carnival ticket to each child. Do you want to do?
No? Go. Yeah, talk a little bit about that.
Oh, well, okay. After the parade, we're going to move on into the park for the Children's Day. There's all kinds of activities, face painting, fingernail painting, which is going to be provided by our royalty, fish ponds, inflatables, and we have a new activity this year. I probably won't mention who brought it up and instigated it.
Who the sponsor is.
But it's a dunk tank. And we're very excited about it. Yes, we hope that you'll bring, I don't know, a swimming suit or at least a change of clothes.
Clean the water, I'm fine.
Yep, because you're all going to be dunked. So that's going to be a fun thing. We invite everybody to come. Everybody, I guess anybody can be dunked if they want, but you guys for sure.
Gosh, I froze.
Oh, no.
No. So we have so many things that are so fun. It's so hard to narrow it down. But my favorite has anything to do with music. So Pyro Musical is my very favorite. I think not just because of the music, the fireworks, and the amount of people that show up and absolutely enjoy that. And then second, I'm not supposed to talk a whole long time, but I love the street dance because there's more music. And people love to hear all that and do all that. And then
as the outgoing chairs, I'd like to thank the mayor and council. I'd like to thank the city employees. What a great experience this has been. It's we've had a big learning experience. It's amazing the people we have here in Spanish Fork that are willing to step up, give their time for free, and make things happen. I wish I could name them all and give them all, so you could recognize them, but I can't, so I won't start. But I want to thank each and every one. I want to thank the president and past chairs. What great people. What a great learning experience we've had. And again, I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. Thank you.
So we just want to talk about one event really quickly, and it is the entertainment in the park. We chose this one because we love that it highlights the youth of our city and our town. It's sponsored by Devotion Dance Academy, and so we have lots of dance groups, we have singing groups, we have comedians, and a lot of them are our youth, and we appreciate that it gives them an opportunity. So it's 2 days. It'll be on July 3rd or July 23rd, which is Saturday, right after the Children's Parade. So that will start at 1 o'clock, and then July 25th, right after the Grand Parade at 11 o'clock, and that is in the park. Anything else we need to say?
Just ditto.
He's really good to have along.
If you have any questions or anything else, we can tell you.
Thank you.
Before all you guys leave, I have a little gift for the committee, but first of all, just thank you. Most of the city knows I say this every year, but we meet 12 months during the year, the first of every month. You guys put in countless hours, volunteer hours, then the city staff, so thank you. Not just from myself, but from the mayor and council. We really appreciate all the work, and we're super excited for the next 2 weeks. So come up here and let me just give you each, let's see, I'll let you find your name, or you can figure it out in the hall. There you go.
Is that one of Lane's
There's
books? Are you the one that bought
This
them
is, I think, Warner's. No?
No.
Let's see. Warner's, there you go. Okay, and then let me get, you can just take this whole bag back to Emily, and there's names in there, Emily. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And then we do have someone out in the hall who's out there selling puzzles. If anybody wants a puzzle, just so you know, they're going to be out there for the next little while.
Back that now, Lane? Here.
Thanks, Mark. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to a youth group, and we were talking about, it was around Independence Day, and like Councilman Argyle already mentioned, I says, we celebrate Independence Day, and why it's called Independence Day, who we fought a Revolutionary War against to become independent, and why we wanted to become independent, and they kind of thought, and I was like, oh geez, we're into civics now, we're into history, and but going through that history and then leading up to, and the 4th of July is great. The 24th is coming up for our state. What that means, Pioneer Day. It's a great thing to be proud of the state that you live in, and the toughness and the grit, and why people came across the plains to come here and be free. And so our state as a whole celebrates Pioneer Day, but I love that our Fiesta Days coincides with that because we're a patriotic people and we remember this month for all it is too. And Fiesta Days is one of those of getting together and doing important things with each other, and that's pretty darn important too. So exciting, Fiesta Days. Anything else,
No.
Councilwoman Beck? It's been a good committee. You have no.
They're fabulous. It's sad to see after 3 years serving, it's sad to see them go. But it's my favorite part of being on city council is the relationships, all the new people that I get to know. In September, we'll go ask a new couple, and oftentimes I don't know them, and so it's just super fun.
So you'll see volunteers be wearing shirts like this if you need
Yes.
directions and help, right?
Yep. I think on the back it says team, like hashtag Team SF. But yeah, and then in the polos, you saw the polos that they were wearing. Oftentimes they'll be in those.
Awesome.
And these T-shirts are currently on sale at City Hall for only $5, and once they're out, they're out. So they're selling out quickly as well. But you can come down to City Hall during business hours and get you and your family a T-shirt.
Fantastic. Exciting times. We'll see everybody for the next couple of weeks and have a good time. Okay, that takes us on to item 8, consent items.
Motion to approve the consent items.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon and seconded by Councilman Argyle to approve the consent items. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
That passes. Item number 9, public hearing. We have A, B, C, D, and E here. We'll go in just that route. Item A, ordinance adopting agricultural protection area dealing with Title 15.
Mayor and Council, this ordinance tonight would adopt the new chapter of the city code that would allow for agricultural protection areas to be created upon the submission of a proposal from a property owner. Let's go over just some of the benefits of doing an ag protection area. The first is that it doesn't have any effect on your greenbelt status. So put your mind at ease that you'll still retain that huge discount on your property taxes. The second, some more restrictions, is that the city cannot impose any unreasonable restrictions on agricultural structures or procedures. So this is the city tying its hands saying we won't restrict your farm practices or your farm structures. And also we won't do any rezoning without your written request. So the city won't be able to do that. Next is, this is a big benefit of ag protection areas as well, as the protection against nuisances. So the city nuisance definition would be redefined to exclude sound agricultural practices. And as was a concern with a recent a multifamily residential project, is that would impose, like, you're putting a lot of people next door to an agricultural operation, that you could have nuisance complaints. And so it would be a defense both in a civil lawsuit and any criminal prosecution for public nuisance that you're in an ag protection area and you engage in sound agriculture practices. And further, there's notices that are required to be placed on any new subdivision plat that's within 300 feet. Other benefits, the state also has to abide by not placing any unreasonable restrictions on agriculture in their facilities. And they also have to coordinate the siting of their facilities with the state agriculture and food. Also, there's benefits from eminent domain. There's the city council and the advisory board have to have a public hearing together on the proposed eminent domain. That's an extra step that's not required typically. And the threshold to do it is much higher. There's an increased threshold that there has to be no reasonable and prudent alternative. That's not the case for most eminent domain cases. Eminent domain, though, is fairly rare. I think I've done 2 in my entire career. One was representing property owners against the government and another for the government. The process for the whole to create an agricultural protection area is first, a property owner or a group of property owners would submit their proposal. And then that starts a 15-day clock where the public gets to come in and provide their comments or written objections to the ag protection area. Then within 45 days of receiving the proposal, the Planning Commission and the Advisory Board both need to review the proposal, review any objections that were received or comments that were submitted by the public, and evaluate the proposal based on the evaluation criteria and ultimately make a recommendation to the City Council. Then within 120 days of the proposal being received, the council needs to have its public hearing, consider the recommendations of the Planning Commission and the Advisory Board, and hold the public hearing and make a decision on the proposed ag protection area. So that's basically the timeline. The evaluation criteria, these are all set in the state code with the exception of number 6, which was established in case law. You need to evaluate the current use of the land, the zoning of the land, the viability for ag protection, or production, excuse me, and the existing or proposed farm improvements that are there, and any anticipated trends in agriculture and technology conditions that maybe some ground is not useful for ag, but could be with new trends in irrigation or cultivation or anything like that. And then also the case law evaluation criteria is that the city can evaluate planned roadways, utilities, parks, and things that commercial developments as well. And those areas can be excluded from the ag protection area. Then just at the final, just a couple little things at the end. What do you do if you want to add area to an existing ag protection area? You just have to follow the original procedure all over again for that new area. And then removing the land, this is also in the property owner's benefit that they can remove it upon request. They make the request to City Council. The council has no discretion but to grant their request to withdraw. And then the council can then look at them every 20 years. So 20 years after it's created, you can evaluate the ag protection area, see if it's still viable, reauthorize it or amend it or terminate it. So that's the process. Any questions further? I didn't advance the slide, I'm sorry.
I've got a couple of them on this one, if it's all
There it
right,
is.
Vaughn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Evaluation criteria number 2, the zoning.
Yes.
Zoning, they evaluate if the current zoning is agriculture, is that what you said?
Yeah, what is the current zoning? If it's zoned agriculture, that's speak in its favor.
What about rural residential? Is that would lean towards being
Yeah,
more
I
of
think
an
that could
agricultural
count too.
use?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's just one of the factors that you consider. It's not the dispositive determination what it's zoned.
And then the removal of removing the land from the APA.
Yep.
What if you've got multiple property owners, siblings, for example?
Yep.
Does the city approach, let's say one of the siblings submits a removal without talking to the other siblings? Does the city need to evaluate or make sure that all property owners are on board before that takes place?
I would say generally, yes, we need to look at that, like see if it's an LLC that's made the request, do the members of the LLC, or the person that made the request have authority to speak on behalf of the LLC? If it's a partnership, we would just turn around and ask them, please provide those documents to us so we can verify that. But yeah, I think that would be important to do.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
On the next slide, on number 6, where it says planned roadways, parks, corridors, or commercial developments, would that be give me an example, like commercial development in agriculture, something that we have like master planned or in the future?
Sure.
But not like if it's already, if it's protected, we can't go in and say, now we have a commercial development we want to put there, right?
Right.
Okay.
That would be up at the property owner's request to make that rezone to commercial. But yeah, you could look at the general plan and see what is the city's plan for this area and use that as one of the decision, the guideposts in making that decision whether or not to make an ag protection area.
Okay.
I think it's now that you're on this slide, I think it's important to keep in mind that these are evaluation criteria that you would use to make a decision on whether or not to accept it.
Yes.
It's not, is it zone this? Yes, no. Is it ag
No, no.
protection? Yes, no. Is there a road? Yes, no. That's not the intent. The intent is to take all these within context.
Yep.
And
And the
bring them
totality.
together and then make a decision. There's not
Correct.
it feels, the ordinance is written like these are, you apply these things. And I think that, for me, that word apply in our ordinance feels, I would feel more comfortable if it said consider these things.
Okay.
Consider these things as you make this decision.
That's a good suggestion. Yeah, we can make that change. It really should be that. It's a consideration of these factors. It's not anyone is going to win the
There's
day
not a
or you
formula
have
here
to
we're trying
check
to
every
apply.
single
Yeah.
box. It's not
Right.
that.
Okay.
It's not that at all.
Right. I think it's set up to provide some flexibility on the city council's part, on the
Yeah.
advisory board's part, on the residents' part, to come to a good decision about whether or not they
Right.
should be moved into that.
Right.
We would be creating a new board, an advisory board that
No.
would look at something before it would come to.
The
planning
advisory
commission?
board has already been created. It's the Utah County Ag Protection Advisory Board. And so they are the ones that hear all the requests throughout the county,
Whether it's in a city or not.
whether it's in the city or in a county unincorporated.
Okay.
So the process is somebody comes into the city and applies for it.
Yep.
Fills out the criteria. That then goes to
Probably,
the county and the planning commission at the same
right,
time?
at the same time, that they both have that 45-day period to do their evaluation and make
So
the
then they
recommendation.
both do their evaluations, and then at that point, it comes, both
They
of those
submit their
come to the
reports
city
to the
council.
council, and the council then has a public hearing and makes a decision. Yeah, exactly.
And staff's recommendation is 40 acres. Is that?
Yeah,
There's a lot of discussion in planning commission
Yeah,
about the
sure.
acreage.
Right.
Is that still what?
Yeah, I think that's still the recommendation, but of course, it's up to the council to, you have the legislative discretion to change that. It originated from, that's what Utah County's threshold is. We did do some research on some other cities, and a lot of other cities might not have true ag protection ordinances. They may have like an ag protection overlay or agricultural zones, and they might have minimums for that. And they kind of vary across the board. I saw one as small as 5, saw one as up to 80 acres. I mean, there's quite a range. Most cities in Utah County didn't have a true ag protection ordinance like we're proposing. It was more of right to farm type ordinance or something along those lines.
And the counties is 40.
40 acres, yeah.
40 acres.
I have a question, though, regarding that, because when I was doing some research today on utahagriculture.org, it specifically says each APA must be a minimum of 20.
That's, the state code allows the jurisdiction to set the minimum, or, the minimum
Okay,
area.
so Utah counties,
Utah County is just 40,
minimum?
40 minimum.
So if we
And
wanted
there's
to
a
do-
couple minor exceptions, but yes,
So if we wanted to do 20 or even go as low as 5, we can't?
you can. No, you can.
Oh, we can't?
Yeah,
Okay.
Utah County's ordinance, for their ordinance is 40. But the state
Okay.
law allows the city council to set its own minimum.
But there is a minimum requirement.
The state law says you have to set a minimum.
That we set. That's the discussion at planning commission, right? That, you could go as low. For me, our farm was 40 acres in Lake Shore. When my dad bought it, he was made fun of at church for buying that for $50,000. Yeah. What's interesting is, as I've thought about the minimum acreage requirement, the farm owner that he bought it from, their family kept the next door neighbor to my dad as a rental, right? And that person has been operating a business, if you will, barnwood business, caught fire a couple of years ago. So that's my biggest concern about going too small, is that we're trying to protect agriculture, not perhaps create nuisance,
Right.
if you will. So, but agriculture, as it is, we've farmed over, my dad's farm over, since the 70s when he bought it, and it's tough to turn a profit. He had to be the water master and work
Right.
at Intermountain Farmers, right? And so
Right.
that's what we're doing here, right? We're deciding how to let them continue farming, if you will, so.
Is there other cities?
Go ahead, Chad.
Okay,
and then
Chad.
we'll go to Shane. and then we'll-
Is there other cities that have an ag protection area?
Yes, there are. There's a few. I don't have the list with me right now.
There is a few, though, that there's
There are a
not a
few
lot.
that have, I know Santaquin has a true ag protection ordinance.
Okay.
Saratoga.
Saratoga, I didn't check them, but yeah.
Lehigh as well.
A lot of them have like a right to farm. I know Pleasant Grove has a pretty detailed right to farm type ordinance.
Okay.
Just to kind of follow up on what Brian just said, I think we are here to talk about protecting the right of the farmer to continue the operation of farming. We're not necessarily talking about keeping that farm a farm. That landowner is always going to have the opportunity to change their mind and not farm if they want to, whether this is passed or not. They could choose tomorrow to change their land use and develop in a different way. They could do that today, and they could do that with this passing. So it does not protect the farm from always being a farm. That's the landowner's right, and I think that is something that we all agree with, that is the landowner's right to do. What we're talking about today is making it so that they have a protection against being a nuisance, and that the city can't come in and say, your zone is this. So we need to keep we're not trying to, we may want that farm to be a farm forever, but that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about their right to the application of farming today. It's a little nuance that I was like, I'm trying to get my head around this today, and I'm just like, okay, what are we trying to accomplish? And that's what we're trying to accomplish. You continue to farm so that when someone moves next to you, they can't say, not my backyard. Right?
And you can do that, great point that you mentioned, you can do that regardless of whether you're inside an ag protection area or not. There seems to be a little bit more affording of some more maybe protections if you're inside that agricultural
That's exactly.
area.
I mean, it's a special creature. I've used that phrase a little bit. Nobody else in the city has that kind of protection from rezoning or regulations or eminent domain or the nuisance lawsuits. That's what you get if you're in an ag protection area.
I think that's where the acreage comes into play. If you make it too small, that acre lot next to my house is ag protected, and now they can create a nuisance for the neighborhood around, right? So I think there is a minimum that needs to establish. I'm not sure exactly what that is, and I'm curious to hear. I'm sure we'll get some feedback tonight from what people think that might be. I have a couple just general comments about the ordinance, I think. One, changing that criteria to consider from shall. Two, you started this conversation off with benefits.
Yeah.
Which I think are super important. There's a reason why we want to do this, and it's a benefit to the property owner. Those benefits don't exist in our ordinance. You have to go to the Utah Code to find them.
Right.
I think we should put them into our ordinance so you can find them all right there. This is why we're doing this. These are the benefits that the landowner gets from becoming this property in this.
That's a good point.
So I think that would be helpful for me. And then you mentioned this idea that the city council has to review it every 20 years. We don't get to touch it. We don't get to review it outside of that time frame. Is that correct?
That's right.
I understand that. I also wonder, and this is probably going to be illegal and I probably can't do it, but I'm just curious, is there okay, you want to be in this program, I want you to continue farming for as long as you want. Can you get in this program and stay in it for a minimum of 10 years, 15 years, or something like that?
That's something we can't do because the state law says they can get out whenever.
They can get out whenever. Okay. So all the benefits going to the landowner, not the city.
Trying to protect agriculture production.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Vaughn, I've got one more for you.
Sure.
Looking at Saratoga Springs ordinance for their protection, they've got written into the ordinance the filing fee. They have $250.
Okay.
Do we have that specified in the ordinance, and do we know what the filing fee will be for this?
No, it's not specified in the ordinance. The ordinance says that it would be based on I believe it says based on the fee schedule. So it's something we need to adopt with our annual fee schedule.
We're contemplating the fee that would be commensurate with similar applications, which would be $360.
And would we want that written into the ordinance, or they just find out when they come in to apply?
No, we'd want that. The language here says in the fee schedule, which is something that's reviewed with every budget and can be adjusted. And our fee is simply based on it's based on the amount of time associated with that particular request. And so there's a formula that says and there might be 15 minutes of his time and 20 minutes of your time and 30 minutes of her time, and what does that cost?
So rather than having
And
to update the ordinance every
Correct.
time it changes, you
Yeah,
update the
it can
fee
be updated
schedule.
with the fee schedule, which is a little easier. We don't make them go to the fee schedule to find it. We put that in the application document, so they have that right there. But the process for updating or amending that's easier than going to the ordinance.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I have some more.
Geographically, inside the city, this is brought up from some landowners that live in an area of the city, but north, south, east, west, doesn't matter inside the city limits.
Nope.
We're talking ag protection.
Yeah, anywhere in the city limits that, you evaluate it. And
Sure.
some areas may be stronger than others, better candidates, but yeah, it could be anywhere in the city.
Great questions for Vaughn. We might have some more. Dave, do you want to brief us a little bit before we go into public hearing?
Sure. Yeah.
However,
Let me pull up that.
tag team it.
There you go.
I appreciate that we received some additional feedback just yesterday from Rex Larson. He and a colleague of his with the Farm Bureau had gone through the ordinance, offered a number of suggestions that Vaughn and I have talked about, and one in particular that I think is worth considering relative to the area size. Vaughn mentioned earlier that there are a couple of exceptions written into that minimum size description right now. I personally think adding agri-attainment as another exception or a use that would qualify for a lesser required acreage makes sense. So,
Corn maze or something like that.
which our ordinance defines right now what agri-attainment is. So that would be the kind of the term of art that we would use as an addition.
Dave, Mr. Isaac in Planning Commission also asked about his commercial, his agriculture use for his business.
Agribusiness.
Agribusiness.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of whether or not something qualifies as agriculture or some other.
But who makes that determination if it's not written out?
It's just a function of zoning and what a use really is. I mean, our zoning code defines that today.
I think I'd probably want to look at least his business in particular more and see if it meets that. See if our zoning that's been done on his, if it's commercial too or whatever, I don't know what it is currently. If that's written out in the zoning to protect that as well.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for the questions. We might have more as we go into public hearing. When we go into public hearing, just everybody knows the ground rules of public hearing. The 3 minutes has already been up there. Try to keep your comments or questions to 3 minutes. We'll try to hear you out. We'll take good notes and then try to get you some answers if there's questions after we close the public hearing. I noticed earlier today when I watched a public hearing, there was some applauding, for people that liked what some people were saying. We make sure that we don't do that in Spanish Fork simply because we love diverse opinions. We love people to have different opinions. So we don't want anybody to feel like, oh, more people clapped for that person's comment, so now I'm not going to get up and say my comment, and that would be a tragedy. So let's make sure we keep decorum and keep it to 3 minutes, and we'll go from there. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilman Argyle to go into public hearing for item A. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing. Anybody that would like to address the mayor and council, please. The chairman of the
Ag Advisory Board, yes, I am.
For the county?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, Rex Larson, thank you. Yeah, I serve as the chairman of the Ag Protection Advisory Board as one of my titles, so. More importantly, I'm the owner of Larson Family Farms and Glen Ray's Corn Maze. Many of you have been out to our maze, and I appreciate the city looking at this. You don't have to, but I appreciate the fact that you're willing to look at those of us that want to be involved in production agriculture, whether it's someone walking through a cornfield or growing the crop of corn. I appreciate that they've taken some comments that I sent in to them in adding agritainment. When the original ordinance was written, that wasn't even a thing. And so, and it's a viable part of our operation. It probably makes more money than anything that we do. And so there's a couple of things that I just wanted to touch on here. And I don't know, I was going off of the draft ordinance that they sent me to review. In the very beginning, there's a part that says whereas, and it kind of looked like it was covered on number 6 that you had up there on the evaluation criteria, I think you called it. Yeah, I just wondered if our corn maze, if we applied to be, I guess, first annexed into the city and then secondly an APA for our corn maze, but you've got that on your master plan as commercial industrial. Does that throw us out of consideration for the APA?
I don't think so. Like I was explaining, I think that's just one factor, right? That's one in the list of 6 factors that they can review, that they can consider.
So, do you want us to answer these as we go?
No, you can, yeah, so, good question. I think
We'll get an answer.
we'll get an answer.
Yeah, okay. And you mentioned that the other part I had was agritourism wasn't mentioned in that. As we look at applications on the county level for our advisory board, most of them have been 40 acres. And originally, I think when the ordinance was drafted, you had to have 40 acres to build in the county. And so I think that ties back to that, which has now been changed to 5 acres. You know, you need to have 5 1/4 to be in Greenbelt. So I don't know that 40 is maybe as viable as it was. I think there are a lot smaller operations that are viable and are very intensive and very productive. And so I appreciate you looking at that smaller acreage as a means of still protecting the farms and the ag way of life and helping prevent, as things grow and develop, helping prevent those nuisance lawsuits, because, you know, there are smells, there are sounds, there are sights, things. I've had sheriffs stop by when I was baling hay at night next to a subdivision and asked me to shut down. And I had to bring out state code to show him, no, I have the right to do this right here. And tonight, baling at night with the dew is what we need to do. But so that's just an example. And I think this was addressed, but I think maybe I'll reemphasize. I think it would be important in your ordinance to say why you're doing it. Why is Spanish Fork wanting to protect agriculture? I think that goes a long ways to showing what you're about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rex. Thanks, Rex. Appreciate it.
Dan Davis.
We got you.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm in favor of the 5 acre. And I'm a little confused. I know 40 acres, county, less populated, city, much more dense, 5 matches. 40 acres, apparently, if I understand the statute, it's 50% can force the other 50% to join the APA. I don't quite understand that. That's vague. It doesn't really identify. Say I have 10 acres and I want to get in the APA, or no, say I have 21 acres and I want to get in the APA. What are the topographical boundaries of the 40 acres going to be? I'm not sure how you determine the 40 acres. Everything has to be contiguous, I know that. But who am I forcing? My neighbor to the north, my neighbor to the west, east, or south? So that has to be identified. Or is it that 40 acres on a property such as 7 Bar, where you have multiple family owners own it? Is that the 50% rule? I don't understand what the 50% applies to. So I think that's needs to be clarified, because it could easily lend to fence-lined arguments, neighbors that are being pitted against each other to carry out some, one wants to carry out his will, the other one doesn't want to be in the APA. If you're going to allow somebody to get out as soon as they get in, what's the point of having 40 acres? Make it 5, and then people can have their smaller protected areas, and they can come and go as they decide to develop. It's not anything against development. It just gives the landowner the power. And since we're landowners in this country, we like power.
Absolutely.
That's what we're all about. That's why we left England, and that's why we do what we do. So give us the power. And that was one thing. Second of all, I wanted to ask how many people in here have actually roped and branded cattle that are wearing cowboy hats? Okay.
Mine's just for looks.
I'm just messing.
100% for looks.
It's all in fun.
I'm not taking my
Oh, and I want to say for the record, last planning and zoning meeting, I was a little rude to Anna, and I went and apologized to her. So, okay, having said that, 5 acres, if we could get 5 acres, I think it just lends for not ingress, but in, out quickly. No fights. And that's what we don't want, is neighbors fighting with each other, because it's easy to get pitted. And so I think that.
Dan, can I ask you a question while we're on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you
I
do
like
a lot of agriculturing? Is that even the word on 5 acres?
Yeah, you can.
Or is that just going to be, it's just your land and you don't want
Well,
to
it's both. It's my land, and I want to have the say-so. And that's only right, you know.
Yeah.
But also, I have about 7. And like I said in the last meeting, the road may go through my property. I'm not necessarily, I don't want to, I'm going to reserve my comment on that. But I'm not trying to impede development. I've actually told some city individuals that. But I do want to be able to, I want to make the decision. I don't want to be forced because the developer is creating a pull and wants to put in their stuff without me, the word eminent domain has come up towards our place or down in my area 2, 3, 4 times since Frank Haymore's house sold, and they wanted to straighten the road out down there, and I just hate that word. I just can't. That and illegal subdivision. I mean, say it to me, and my face is going to start turning red, and I might start gritting my teeth. Because it's not right as Americans to say, we're going to take your stuff. Last planning and zoning meeting, I made some comments about Dean's Ingram's Arrives subdivision, and I got a rash over it, and I deserved it. I don't think we should ever look at government to solve our problems, and I don't think really we should look at the law to solve our problems. I think as moral people, we should use our morality to decide the right way to go. I mean, just again, like I said, I flew helicopters. I was in that aircraft. I decided who lived, who died. Nobody told me to push the button. I decided. So you don't want to have guys up there making rash decisions, and I think it's our right as Americans. Maybe that was too much. I don't know. I've been accused of saying too much. But I think it's just our right. So give us the power. I did have one more thing.
Dan, before you move on, give us the power. You said that a couple times now. Give us the power to.
Just if we want to. So if somebody comes to me and says eminent domain, because we need a road.
Okay.
And I know that it doesn't protect the landowner against eminent domain, but it just makes it a little more difficult. That's the power. Resistance sometimes gives somebody more power, so they have to be really serious. It's sort of like frivolous lawsuits. Come at me if you're really serious, and if you're really serious and you make a good case for it, then how can you lose?
So your neighbor wants to do something different than you want to do. They also have that right, that power.
That's correct.
To do what they need to
That's
do
correct.
on their
Yeah,
property.
yeah.
That's good.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay. You just want to be able to continue to do what you want to do.
That's correct.
Even if they develop there.
For example, the
Change
road going through my place, I told Kevin Basgard, you know, if you ever sell your place, I'm not trying to stop you from developing that cattle yard if you and Mont can come to an agreement that's logical. And that's why I actually told Chris, you want to take a road through our place, it's got to be to my liking. It can't be for, so, for example, when we were selling the land for the roundabout down there on Mill Road, came to my attention that there was a meeting that the appraisal was $215, okay? A meeting here in the city council, I don't know who was involved in it. They said, we won't pay you any more than $150, and we're never going to let you build a house on that lot. I'm like, that's not for anybody to decide. And I found out since then from the state ombudsman that was, you know, you can't do that. Government has to pay the going rate,
Fair market value.
no matter what the end use is. That's the law. And so there's a lot of, I want to say, you know, we believe in the rule of law, right? Rule of law, not rule by law. That's what tyrants do. Rule of law. That's what we believe in.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
We didn't shot clock Dan because we asked him some questions, so you got a little bit of time there. Thank you, Dan. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Lisa Olson. I just wanted to address Stacy's question to Dan, because we are in the city west of town here, kind of in this Leland area, and we only have 1 1/3 acres, but we're RR, and at times, mostly in the winter, when we have all the ewes back at our house and not out in pastures, and we're lambing, we have probably 35 adult sheep, plus all of their lambs.
And you
being
said
born.
on an acre?
1 1/3 acres. Plus, we have stock show steers. Right now, we have 3 there. And those usually are all through the year round.
Okay, that's
So,
helpful for me to visualize.
We are definitely in production agriculture and helping youth development on our
Right.
little piece of property. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Jackie Larson. Couple things to touch on his feedback wise. First, Stacy, answer your question about is it profitable to have 5 acres? Right now, I'd say we have say about a 5 acre piece of alfalfa. You get 3 crops.
Okay, on 5
minimum,
acres,
on
you
5
can do that.
acres.
Okay.
And down here in the Leland area, it is probably the most productive, like yield per acre. So you can see about 90, 95 bells, half-ton bells on 7 acres, currently going about 350 a ton times 3. Yeah, do the math. So there is profit to be made there on smaller parcels. And another thing is Shane, appreciate your comments about maybe including more of the intent and certain items possibly being not included in the ordinance that are included in the state law. So the state code has 5 parts. The 5th is specific to mining. 1 through 3 are outlined in this ordinance as proposed. There are some language added into that kind of undermines the purpose of the code, I feel like. Part 4 is briefly addressed in the review of the proposal. And then the rest of it's not included. So I think that kind of would also support Rex's comments about maybe include why we're doing this. Another thing with that is it does include industrial, mining, and agriculture. From what I understand, there's not really any mining in Spanish Fork. Industrial, I guess that's questionable. If Leland Mills, that was brought up, as well as IFA, I believe they're both zoned industrial, but also they kind of are ag, so I don't know if it'd be more prudent to include industrial protection in the ordinance, or if something like that would be considered in the agricultural realm of it. Number 6 with the evaluation criteria, again, I feel like that's already provided for in the ordinance. Or the state code itself, it's just pretty heavy on that, but I think where you're saying where it's not shall, but you can consider it. And the last thing I think I have is 5 acres. I also support 5 acres to be considered as greenbelt in the state of Utah. It's also minimum 5 acres. Has also a lot of the same criteria. 50% of it has to be agricultural production, which kind of carries in also with ag protected area ordinance or code. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. Anyone else? No one out in the foyer still? They went home, all the Fiesta Days folks? They don't want to?
They just wear their hats to look
Okay,
fancy.
all
to
right.
it.
Before we move out of public hearing, would it be appropriate if I asked Rex to come up and answer a couple of questions at this time?
Sure.
We do it later after we're
Yeah,
out of public
we
hearing.
could, I don't know that we need to remain in public hearing to do it. We could close public hearing and ask Rex questions, so.
Let's close it.
Let's close it first and then.
Motion to go out of public hearing.
Second. Oops.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilman Marshall to go out of public hearing. All in favor, say yes.
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 Okay. We're out of public hearing, and we have some questions for the chairman.
All right, thank you, Rex, for coming up. So you, in your current position, are you currently on the advisory board?
Yes.
Perfect. So you, based on that, have more experience, I would guess, than anybody in the room when it comes to agriculture protection applications.
Okay, yeah.
So for that reason, I've asked you to come up. Can you tell me kind of a ballpark as to how many of these you guys see on the county, from not county land, but municipal lands?
The majority that we see are county because it's, few cities have this ordinance. And so I think as cities adopt this, then that's going to change. We have had some in the Pace and Santaquin area that we've worked with, dealt with, and that's the only ones that I can recall. But again, as you know, I see that's just you guys are doing a good thing, and you'll get it started. And I think we'll have a lot more opportunities. A lot of the things that we used to do were when they would come up for renewal, and then we'd have to meet again and reevaluate. The legislature a couple years ago changed some wording in the ordinance from and maybe you can help me. I think they went to a shall instead of, well, I don't know what the other word was. You had to meet again. So instead of us having to meet every time it was renewed, if it still met the criteria, it just rolled over. And so that's something to look at as well. You know, if it's everything is still line by line, everything's good, then, you know, continue to protect agriculture.
Is that 20 years? You'd meet on a thing, it would run out in 20 years, you'd meet on it again?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
now is the way I understood that is it will just roll over after
Right.
20 years. If no one says,
Yeah, if there's no
Okay,
objections, then it just rolls over
Just starts.
and continues to protect agriculture. One of our farms is in what was called the Money Ag Protection Area. It's put in place by Eldon Money, or he kind of headed it up, and went from Utah Lake to Spanish Fork River and encompassed all of the ground in that area, and we're still part of that. And it has rolled over, and it was an easy process. And so that's, you know, I don't know if that helps you, but
It does. Another question is, with the different municipalities, county choosing their own minimum acreage, what's your opinion as far as 40 acres, 5 acres, 80 acres in some cases? How does that affect your committee when it comes to making that determination? Is there any benefit by having a smaller acreage as compared to the 40 that the county has set?
I think it's been pointed out by someone that there is some difference between being out in the county and in a more condensed area like what's happening here in the city. The farms that are remaining are smaller, just because you don't have those large tracts of land anymore. But still equally important, I think, to protect that agriculture that's there. And so we haven't, as a committee, haven't had to address that yet because we haven't had anything other than 40 acres come before us. Well, I take that back. There's been some exceptions of highly intensive agriculture productions that were on like 5 acres. So we have addressed those types of things.
Okay.
But so we have done that.
Looking at Spanish Fork City, if it were all on you to make the decision on acreage, what would you say?
Okay. Yeah, I keep hearing voices, but
No minimum.
If I don't want, that's
worse
put-
than making them clap.
Led you
That's
right,
putting you on the
This side
spot.
clap.
led you right into a trap there,
That's putting you
Council.
on, I'll go to my next
no,
question.
you're all right. I can handle it.
You can whisper it in each of our ears.
Okay, for me personally, because I've got larger acreage, I could see a larger requirement. But if you're going to go 5 acres, you've got to make sure that it's in greenbelt, first of all, that they have shown that they can produce adequately to qualify for greenbelt, that they, want to go the expense of getting the equipment and whatever it takes to actually grow and maintain and raise livestock. So whatever you decide, make sure that that's part of it, that it is a viable farm operation. I also sit as the ag representative on the state Farmland Assessment Advisory Committee, the Greenbelt Committee, and so we deal with a lot of those things. There are several cities that have put in their own greenbelt requirements of lesser than 5 acres. And those urban farming greenbelt requirements, and I think they're like 1.5 or 2 acres. So that's something that's out there as well.
That was great, and thank you for answering that, because I recognize that before it comes to us, it's gonna be going to you. And I'm looking at the criteria that you guys look at, one of which is the land currently being used for agriculture production and agricultural use? And my question or my thoughts was, if you've got somebody on 1 acre, for example, that comes to you and says, hey, I've got 6 chickens in my backyard, but I want to be protected, right? I assume that your committee is going to look, doesn't matter what the size is, even if it's the 40 acres, that you're going to look through these criteria and say, how are you currently using your land before you make a recommendation?
That's exactly right. The staff that we work with has already gone through each of those points to help us evaluate that. We get the application a couple weeks in advance, gives us an opportunity to study it, even to go visit the sites, which we have done, to see if a lot of times it's an agriculture operation that's been in effect and they're up for renewal, and then new people have moved in and now they're opposed. And so we need to go evaluate and understand those oppositions and why, and then we go by the recommendations of the staff as far as meeting the criteria and the qualifications, and then we make the decision from there.
Okay. So in my opinion, really what I see in reducing it from 40 to something else is all it really changes is now there's more applicants that will be coming to you, for you guys and for our planning commission to make their recommendations before it would come to us.
That's probably correct, yeah. And we would, even though it's a county advisory board, and we're at this time considering the 40, but if it meets all of your requirements and comes to us, then that's what we look at, does this check all the boxes?
Do you actually send someone out to the property to see how it's being used? You don't just ask them and they tell you, you actually go and
Yeah,
look and
in
see?
fact, when we get the applications, someone has gone out, taken pictures, visited the sites, done studies to see if it's viable, if it's really something that should be protected. And so, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Are you gonna ask
Yeah,
a
thank
question?
you.
Yes.
Okay.
So on the greenbelt, so the greenbelt's pretty stringent requirements of that 5 acres. So when a city passes less, those are the county requirements. How does that, less than 5 acres? Because right now it's 5 acres, and if you're not farming it and producing that, it's not in the greenbelt. And they look at that real close.
Yeah, and you're right there. But as I mentioned, there are some cities of a certain size that can have a smaller urban farming greenbelt situation. And we kind of look at that on the state level and guide, I guess, the cities that choose to do that.
Okay.
There haven't been that many. We thought there would be when the legislature opened that up, but there hasn't been that many. There's, I think it's 2 acres. I don't know if we've studied that, but I think it's 2 acres that the class 1 or 2 cities, whatever the classification is.
Okay.
And so we haven't had to deal with that too much.
Thanks.
So.
How many times have you had to say no? Is it, if you've got 10 that you're looking at, do you say no once, or have you even had?
Trying to think that I don't remember one, then we can't say no.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wondered, if there, by the time it gets to you, it's probably pretty vetted.
Yeah,
Kinda
yeah,
like what Chad's
they've
saying.
checked it all out, and we have one was a mink ranch, and new neighbors had moved in and found out that mink have certain undesirable characteristics, and so
Down, because I mean,
yeah,
a new mink farm,
yeah,
came to town, and
yeah, so
Spanish Fork.
so but they met all of the. Well, there was a wall of people there saying we don't like attack our children, and I don't know, just various crazy things, but they met the requirements, so we approved it. So
Rex, I'm glad you were here tonight.
Yeah, I was just
We're
gonna
leaning
say.
heavy on you.
well, that's
Annex him
okay.
in.
So if any of these people are
Annex
mad
him
at
in
us,
and
yeah.
Put him right
Put him
here
to
when
work.
I'm gone, you know what I mean? It sounds like he's smarter than you guys. Jeez.
Sure.
Agreed.
Hey,
That's
Nobody's gonna argue.
not the bar you should be measuring yourself
See how
on.
I said you guys,
I
right,
did notice
Chad?
that, yeah.
We've
Anything
got a
else?
fight now.
Thanks, Rex.
Thanks, Rex.
We'll bring
Thank
you up
you,
if we
Rex.
need more.
Appreciate it.
And there's been some meetings about this, obviously discussions about this. We wrote down some of the public comments here that everybody's got their own list here that has me a couple of questions on there. But first, Seth, we're the body that's elected by all of Spanish Fork to talk about issues like this. Obviously, we want to represent farmers, especially farmers inside Spanish Fork. If you, like what's been said here tonight, you can't go too far and not see that people have history and a love for farming and that operation here in Spanish Fork, and it's our heritage, it's our roots, so we want to make sure and get it right. But we are elected by citizens of Spanish Fork. Seth, you've seen a little bit of this, but of other things in the city. I'd ask your opinion and weight maybe on the subject as a whole as ag protection area in the city.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been a really fun discussion, I think, for us as we've considered through the years what are some things that we can do to enhance the rights of agriculture within our community. And In some ways, for me, this started probably 6 or 7 years ago. I was driving to, of all places, some pickleball courts in St. George.
Did you have a pass?
No, I didn't. I was one of those guys that was coming and taking over their courts. But as I went to that particular pickleball court complex in Little Valley, St. George, there's a sign that says "Right to Farm" in this area. And so as you entered this particular area, there was this sign that greeted you by saying it was a right to farm area. And that's been something that's intrigued me, because I think this issue certainly can be a part of any community. Let me start by saying I don't think anything about Spanish Fork as it relates to our agricultural uses and our agricultural opportunities is broken today. We have a lot of areas around our community where we have had successful agricultural operations adjacent to residential uses. In some of the meetings that we've had, I've shared this example. Some of you live up and around 1400 East or have driven along Canyon Road, and you see those farms that we have had right there along 1400 East. 3 specific fields that I can think of that have a long history since the beginning of the community, I think, right? Those have been in agricultural uses and have been surrounded by homes and have been successful alfalfa farms. And as a lot of history typically happens, when the farmer stops farming and he or she dies, usually the kids at some point have moved to a point in their lives where they don't want to farm, right? Which probably is what happened with 1 or 2 or 3 of those fields in the last 10 years, because first the one on the east side of 1400 East went to houses, but it had been farmed very successfully. And then we bought one on the south or north side of Canyon Road from the Jex family, who turned that into a park. But before it was turned into a park, some of you might recall there was at least a proposal by the landowner to sell to somebody to put some homes in there, and we were able to acquire that property. And then the last one was the one on 1400 East. And I mentioned this in some of the meetings that we had, that usually when we get to that last alfalfa field, the homes that back onto that alfalfa field are the largest proponents for it not turning into houses of any kind. Don't take that field away from me. And so I share this example to I think, reiterate farming and the ability for us to have these uses adjacent to residential has been happening forever in Spanish Fork, and I think it's been happening successfully as long as the landowners have wanted to. Maybe to the point you were making earlier, Councilman Marshall, that at some point the family decides they don't want to farm anymore, and they look to what other uses can they have, and then of course they come to the city and say, what are my options? And of course we look at the general plan and we look at the future uses that we've contemplated, and then move forward. And that happens year over year, not just here in Spanish Fork, but everywhere. So as we looked at this particular issue, I think it's really helpful to refocus our discussions on how did we get to today. And as we started contemplating a large development along the highway near the freeway, and that turning into some apartments and condos, the neighbors around that area said, we're really concerned about our ability to farm next to that high and intense of a use, and asked for what can be done to protect our ability to farm. And this is the one tool that we looked at, knowing this could be a good tool to provide some additional protections against nuisance. And I think Rex is the one who mentioned that in his history in farming, there was a sheriff's deputy, right? Rex, did you say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think you said a sheriff's deputy. It wasn't a Spanish Fork deputy, right? Yeah. So I point that out because when we were having a conversation, Rex and I, in one of our meetings, this was brought up, and I went to our police and said, hey, in our history, have we ever pulled a farmer over in their swather or baler and said, you can't do this? And I was talking to one of our lieutenants who's got a long history and is a farmer, a son of a farmer as well, and he's like, nope, not as long as I've... Son of a farmer, that's a legitimate term.
He didn't use any colorful words?
No, he didn't. Anyways, so I appreciate that. I appreciated that perspective, because that just wouldn't be how our officers would operate, right? And so but the nuisance litigation is certainly a concern, and that's probably the biggest protection I think that we want to look at, rather than getting distracted or hyper-focused on some other issue, such as other issues that we've been talking about. The protection against a nuisance lawsuit is, I think, for me, the biggest reason why we want to have something like this on the books for the farmer, so that if there is an issue, they have this to fall back to. I think you did a really good job with the Modera zone change, asking them to put some protections in place with every sale of a unit and every rental of a unit that provides even enhanced protections for that. So I think that was a good thing too. But that nuisance protection for staff was the largest criteria that we really wanted to focus on and make sure that we provided that option. For so for us then, we were focused on a critical mass. What is an agricultural area? And to be quite candid, we haven't focused our thoughts on 1 acre or 5 acres, because we're looking at what's a farming area, and you start something, and yeah, it can be peeled out by somebody saying, I want to be out and I want to sell and do something else, and the law provides for that ability. But to have some kind of critical mass, I think, at least from the staff's perspective, was helpful to start at least an area. Then as we look at the city as a whole, it's not a piecemeal, all of these ag protection areas in these little small areas on a map, but it's like, again, Rex said, the money ag protection area was this large section of land, right? And I wouldn't suggest that it needs to be that hundreds and hundreds of acres, but you have an area that provides a critical mass and something that you can look to. Again, every farmer can get out, and so I think a concern that Dan raised is certainly a possible concern. But as soon as that ag protection comes in, if a farmer doesn't want to be in there, they can pull themselves out, and I think that does resolve some of those concerns.
So touch on that really quick, Seth, while it comes across my mind. As far as acreage goes, let's say we were talking about a 40-acre minimum.
Yeah.
And 40 acres came in, but it was made up of 2 landowners, 7 acres and 33 acres that make up 40 acres. The 33-acre farm says, you know what, we're done, we're going to sell this, there's an offer, we're going to sell it. So they're out of ag protection. What happens to the 7 acres?
They stay in.
So they stay in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that, and that maybe is to, I think, again, Councilman Marshall's question at the beginning. Can you have some kind of a forced stay in? And we, as we've said, it's pretty clear you can't. And so once they're in, and once they want to get out, they individually get out. But it doesn't affect the whole. Okay. And so I think you should expect, especially in a city,
that's what's going to happen.
That's what would happen.
Some point.
I think you should expect that. Yeah, for sure.
So if it's 40, then the other question is, then say I'm next door to this 40 acres and I have 10, then can I get into that?
I think so. I think you would be contiguous and you could grow.
So if I was 5, I could also do that. Is that right?
It would just make it 45 and 50.
Right, it'd just be larger.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
the end of the day-
So essentially, just the start needs to be 40, and after that, it doesn't matter if it's,
something like that.
if
for
it's
sure.
40 landowners and 10 of them get out, that still
But I
remains
guess-
one.
To Dave's point, though, if he has 5 and his neighbor has 35, he says, I'm gonna do, this is my 40 acres. His neighbor says no. He says yes. It's still going in. It still met the criteria. His neighbor bails out, and he now is at
Yeah.
protection.
Yep.
So I mean,
Yeah.
we're, to your point, we're getting distracted by size or whatever.
We did.
At the end of the day, it's about, do we want to give this piece of property, whatever, a higher level of protection?
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, and I think it's really helpful to, again, take a step back and look at it and say, we're not talking about anything today that takes a right away from somebody.
Giving more.
Exactly. And so if somebody is in here and I can't see what they're doing behind me, I hear some whisperings and I'm wondering if, hope there aren't too many pitchforks. But as I hear, we're not looking to take away anything. 100% anything we're doing and talking about tonight would be some kind of addition to whatever our zoning laws are. And so I think if you look at something like, oh, we lost something today, I think that's a misaligned expectation. And I think, again, it's helpful to refocus. I started by talking about that right to farm. I think there are some additional things that we can put into our code that give the example that Lisa Olson mentioned, potentially some additional protections for what she does. I don't know that we need to do the ag protection on that small of a parcel, But I think if there are some areas that we want to study and focus on, and is there something we can do to provide some right to farm protections to smaller areas? I think we look at that. That's certainly worth the effort. I think there are great things that come. I love that she used the word youth development, right, in some of the words that she used. But this may be a bazooka when you only need a 22 to solve that particular problem. And so maybe having some additional discussions and looking at some other right to farm protections rather than this ag protection. And then you didn't ask this, but I made a note, and so I wanted to make sure to remember it. I believe that in the process, as it's outlined to a comment you made earlier, I don't believe you have the requirement to approve every application. So when somebody brings a request to you to create an ag protection area, as you go through your analysis of it, I don't believe you have to approve it. I think, and so I would maybe look to Rex to come over and whisper over my shoulder, but I think in his role, he doesn't have that legislative role on the county to say, you know, that we're doing it or thou shalt do it. So I think he would review things and make that recommendation. But I believe you as a legislative body have the rights to say, after your analysis, we're going to approve this for these reasons, or we're not going to approve these for these reasons, and you have your conditions and findings and can do that.
It's a legislative action.
I believe so, yeah. And Vaughn, I think you should.
If it's not, we need to rewrite it so that it is.
Yeah, I think
that's the intent.
already written that way.
Yeah. Yes, the code already establishes that it is a legislative action. You can accept it as proposed, you can modify it, or you can reject it. You're not bound to approve it.
If it's rejected, is there a time period between when they can resubmit?
Probably not, yeah. Did I answer?
I think that's what, yep, you came kind of down my list of questions that I had from some of the public hearing.
I'm still a little nervous. 5 years ago, we were having a conversation about one bad player in town that was, they didn't take care of their animals.
Yeah.
Right? And so staff made a recommendation that we change our
Yep, we
ordinance.
adjusted some animal rights.
Wow,
We
it
proposed
was
some animal rights issues.
Awesome to see the ag community come
Yeah.
out and say,
Mayor Leifson was out of town. I think it was the first meeting Mayor Pro Tem Mendenhall was.
I had to make donuts at 2 in the morning, and I remember saying, "What are we doing?"
What are we doing?
And
Yep,
we
that was.
shut her down and
yeah,
said,
that was.
"Guys,
That was my
because
error.
of one bad player." But my big concern is that one bad player
For sure.
that says they're not taking care of the sheep like the Olsons, and they're not cutting the hay like the Larsons. Like, I get extremely nervous about the one
And
bad player where we have tools in place where
Yeah, and I think the good farmer, and who's the judge of the good farmer? I grew up working on a massive alfalfa operation, so I'm sure I was a good farmer, right, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think the good farmer would be right there with you. Hey, that guy's not, or that person's not towing the line. And so, again, maybe one of the reasons why a standard greater than some small number is the right standard, so that there is a threshold and we protect the integrity of what it is. The nuisances, really nuisance protection can be a double-edged sword. And from staff's perspective, again, the impetus for this discussion starts with, we don't want to have that homeowner complain about bailing at 2 in the morning, because that's when the dew's on and I've got to do it. And if I woke up your child who's asleep, I'm sorry, but that's when I've got to bail. And so that nuisance protection is really the paramount issue that we've been considering as we've talked about this.
And let me be clear, I want ag to continue for as long as they possibly want to
For
farm,
sure.
and I think I speak for everyone up here when I say that.
Yeah. And I always
No one
offer,
up here.
if somebody needs a raker or a baler, I'm happy to go
I
out
want
there.
the
I'm not.
Olsons to continue.
Yeah, we know.
I've got hate for you.
FYI. You've
Let me
seen
just
these
be
hands?
clear.
I've tried it before.
We've
It's
never
not.
done this in
Yeah,
the
for
history
sure.
of Spanish Fork.
Yeah.
And so I want to get it right.
Yeah.
So,
And that's a curious theme to me. I think, 150, 170 years, this is the first
67.
time, and that we've had this conversation. Obviously, the state law hasn't been around that long, but I expressed this in the meeting with Jackie and Rex and others, that I'm really happy that we're having this conversation. Usually the farmers are coming to us saying, you dirty bums, you're not giving me what I want. We've felt that, right, in other meetings that we've been in where landowners are saying, I want greater density in my future land because I want to sell it for more money or whatever. And this is the opposite of that, and I love that we're having this discussion.
So is this a living document? We can change
It's an
it?
ordinance, yeah.
ordinance.
I mean, there are some things that are prescribed by state law that we can't
Right.
deal with.
And I've talked to Vaughn about
Yeah,
that.
but in as
we
much
don't
as we
change.
can,
That's
absolutely.
that 50-50 thing, because that
Absolutely.
really bothers me.
Yep.
Especially because we just got rid of the other, with annexations, it's got to be 100%.
Yeah.
But as we maybe learn even more things, because we're going to learn some stuff here, then we can go in
Absolutely.
and say, hey, we need to change this, or we need to maybe we need to make it bigger, or maybe we need to make
Yeah.
it lesser.
And I think the first time we walk some application through the process, we'll be like, okay, step 6 was not right, step 4, we need to tweak, for sure.
So what if
So
I threw
to,
out, oh, go ahead.
no, sorry. To Jackie's question, so when she mentions Leland Mills and IFA, so we were gonna change some of them a while back. We're gonna make them all residential, and
Yep.
we're not gonna do that because that limits what they can do as an industrial, even though what they do is probably 99% agriculture. Everybody brings it or they sell and that stuff like that, but that limits them. I don't know that we don't wanna limit them.
I appreciate you saying that.
commercial.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Again, I don't know that this is the right use for that type of operation as well. The zoning ordinance really gives a lot of the law, right? That is the law of the land.
Right.
And so the protections and rights associated with that are in the zone.
The part that comes up to mind about that to me is this does afford us some flexibility on a case-by-case basis. And when we start to talk industrial uses, and then being somewhat afforded even more protection in our city, you don't have to go too far back to some of the problems, and there are problems brought to us of industrial users, metal parts flying, hitting cars and businesses and people, that I'd be hesitant on industrial uses to say, okay, well, we're going to afford you even more protection in, businesses and people that are living by you, because that's
Yep.
that's an intense.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good way to say it. Just because we can do it doesn't necessarily mean that we should. Doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't
We
either.
shouldn't either, yeah,
But-
because if they are doing ag and that's what we're doing and it's an agribusiness, man, let's talk about it and maybe you're included and it makes sense. But if you're crushing cars, it's probably not related to ag.
Right.
So let's talk about that.
You've given some good feedback. I think we've had some great comments from the public. There are some notes that I've written, that Vaughn's written, and probably Dave has written from the discussions, such as changing apply to consider. There were a couple of other things to work in there as well. It may be better for us to rework the ordinance, give you some language that is incorporate some of those things, and then you can act on that, which would be probably the next council meeting. If you want to give us some kind of formal direction or a motion, you certainly can do that. I think you were maybe about ready to do something, but
Yeah, I had a couple more comments too.
Oh,
And
okay.
I appreciate Rex asking, why are we doing it, right? Back to my comment of, we appreciate and support the agriculture community. We want it to continue as long as they want to continue doing it. And so I agree with having something in there, a la mission statement.
Oh, yeah,
as to why we are doing it. So when you rework that, I think that's also including agritainment. I, of course, support that. I think that's very important. And then lastly, as I took the average of the 6 communities that have this in place, from 5 acres in Santaquin to 80 in Eagle Mountain, you average out at 27 acres, I'd be comfortable somewhere starting out at 20. To Dan's point, I think you can bundle together some neighbors. I like neighbors talking and getting each other together, and then, if one neighbor does drop out, sounds like you're still protected. I mean,
you are, yeah.
And so, but you got to do a little legwork on the front end. If Dan told me he's got 7 and some others, not to just single you out, Dan, I'm sorry if that offends you, but real situation, right, that we're talking about here. And so for me, I'm probably comfortable with somewhere more in the 20 it's a little less than the average of all the other communities, but that's my,
I was gonna go there too. I felt like that was kind of meeting in the middle where people are asking for 5, but we were looking originally at 40, if we could meet somewhere in the middle.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
disagree, but I'm gonna let you go.
I'm comfortable with definitely less than 40. I looked at the plot sizes for a lot of the properties where we're talking about. Looks to be on average for the Leland area about 10 acres is what a property owner has out there that they're farming on. Personally, I'd be comfortable with 10 acres.
Okay.
My turn?
Your turn.
All right. Let's talk specifically acreage. I think it's almost irrelevant on the size. I think every application is going to have a varying criteria that we're going to evaluate. We're going to say yes or no to something, and it could be based on it's too small, so it doesn't deserve that sort of protection. I think there'll be properties out there that we go, you know what, they've been doing this a very, very long time, and they have shown that it's a viable business, and we think that they should have the higher level of protection.
Even if it's under.
Even if it's under something.
acreage that we said.
I think that would come up. I think that at the end of the day, it's sort of a shell game about I bring in, whether it's 10 or 15 or 20, I bring in my neighbors. I'm not sure how they don't want it. I mean, how do you not want a higher level right? Seems odd. But then you don't want it to immediately go out of it and you've passed the test. But if we're evaluating that land application based on that 20 acres, knowing that it's going to be 5 acres later, we're doing a disservice to the application. I would rather be straight up and say, this is the acreage that needs to come in because of these reasons, than play a shell game with acreage. We have a lot of latitude on whether we can say yes or no, a lot of latitude. That sort of scares me, because I'm not a big fan of that. But in this case, I think it's prudent, especially as we move into this. If we don't get to evaluate these for 20 years, we better think long and hard about whether we put these into ag protection. Or I don't even like saying to put it in ag protection. I think we talk about giving the additional right to that landowner to protect them from something, right? I think that is that's what we're talking about. I think that's what we should continue to talk about. I think our ordinance needs to be standalone. It's too, in some places we reference state code, in some places we don't, and it just seems a little bit inconsistent. I'd rather have it all in one place so I don't have to reference, so I know exactly what we're trying to get by. That's my spiel. I wouldn't approve it. I would not recommend we do anything tonight except give direction on, make these comments and move
yeah,
forward.
understood. I think that's the direction as well, but how, so if you say 0, are you saying 0 acreage? I mean, because I don't know that I'm not okay, or that I'm probably okay with Russell and Lisa Olson saying, we want to be in the ag protection because look what we do with our.
This is our history. Given this history, we have demonstrated that we are a viable farming operation. And
Every single person will say that.
And now you're protected for 20 years. You could change from bringing lambs in to all of a sudden, let's start the mink business, right? Once you're protected for 20 years. And so I do feel like you've got to have you got to have some consideration there. We've got properties in the middle of Spanish Fork on the east side that are acre size. We give them that opportunity now to do whatever they want.
It is a very large opportunity.
It's a protection for the property owner, but we've got to protect the people around them as well.
100%.
That's where I like the idea of them lumping up with their neighboring landowners who are doing the same thing already and getting that acreage.
It does give you some protection from doing this in the middle of the city, where we do need to make sure the residents that live next to them are also protected from something.
I will have a lot of clients that say, hey, can your dad peel off a couple acres so I can just park all of my landscaping equipment out there, right? Or my track hose for my excavation business, right? And so you're right, there's all sorts of different things that could open cans of worms that.
So probably not 0, Brandon.
Okay.
I'm not that crazy.
Well.
I feel like I should be that crazy, but.
You are wearing cowboy clothes, so you're crazy today.
It's insane. All these folks are judging me because I have this poser outfit on.
They're all saying you look good.
They know you're the real deal.
They know that I am not.
No.
So maybe it is, maybe To Chad's point, this is sort of a living document. We put a number in there. We manage it, we deal with it, we see how it works, and we go from there.
But once you start it, it's 20 years.
That is,
And what Rex commented about is if you're, you have to have 5 acres to get in that green belt. You need to be in that green belt. I think that needs to be a part of it. That's agriculture. I'm in the green belt, I get a tax break, and all that other stuff that goes along with that. You have to maintain that. If you fall out of that and don't produce, or the city comes and takes a chunk of your ground, you're out of that.
I think any farmer that is doing business, any kind of agricultural operation on 5+ acres will be in the green belt, or they're not financially wise. Right? I mean, they might as well take advantage of that opportunity that they've got. So,
I'm okay with that.
I was looking over at Vaughn's notes. I started having my own notes, and I thought, I'm sure I'm redundant. He had everything I had. I feel like you got 7 or 8 bullet points of things you're working on. Yeah, 7. So great feedback. I love the discussion that you've had. I think what we'll start with is 20 acres. You've got between now and, yeah, exactly. You can put the gloves on, but we'll put 20 acres in the language and have his adjustments. We'll send that out to you and have that on the next agenda for you to consider. I think you closed the public hearing, so that requirement is met, but we'll put it on.
I think we don't need a rush, right? We don't have this today. People are farming.
Get it right.
We need to get it right before we need to rush it.
Yeah, I agree. Again, like I stated earlier, I don't think anything about what we're doing today is broken. We're just looking at that enhancement.
Just trying to make it better.
But this is the best discussion we've had in a long time, Mayor.
It is. But it is
speaking-
8:45. Let's move on. So I suggest that we table this.
Second. Councilwoman Beck with a motion to table item A, seconded by Councilman Argyle. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
And Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Do you need to state reasons, or does that matter?
That item's tabled. Have we got it in the reasons, and should we set a date that this is coming back in front of us, the next council meeting? Is that,
I wouldn't, the next council meeting has a really tight time window, so give us some flexibility.
Okay.
On that August 2nd council meeting, whether it's the 2nd or the 16th. We have to look at how the agenda plays.
perfect. All right. All right. A recent, or excuse me, a near to the future next council meeting, we'll be discussing that again. I like Councilman Gordon's point that everybody up here is in favor of farmers and doing what we can to protect farmers. Right after that, private property rights and your property rights. So this council is an ardent supporter of property rights, whether you're an owner of a farm and make sure government's protecting those property rights, or you're an owner of your home and protecting those property rights, or vacant ground. So good discussion and good recommendations. Okay.
Mayor, before we jump into the next public hearing, would
Yeah.
you consider moving 10B up?
Yeah.
New business, that resolution on the Utah Valley Compact?
Perfect. Yep. Let's go to 10B before we go to 9B. And Mr. Rowley is here from well, 2 chambers of commerce, really, the Utah Valley Chamber of Commerce and the Spanish Fork Chamber of Commerce. This is a resolution expressing an affirmation of support for the Growth and Prosperity Compact of Utah Valley. Somebody going to speak to this before Mr. Rowley, or okay, David, come on up.
Or no, he says, let's rock and roll.
All right, nothing else to say? Okay. Just for the public, you can read these documents online here on the attachments. You can also search Utah Valley Chamber's website, right? You'll find these. But in conjunction with Utah County, the cities of Utah County, you know we do have growth in this area, and unless, I don't know how you wouldn't know that. But this is a compact of all of us pushing the wheel in the same direction and make sure we're doing it in an effective way and leaning into it. Good enough
What you're
summary?
saying is it's not just happening in Spanish Fork?
Not just in Spanish Fork. If
The
you,
whole valley.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, Councilman Gordon, soon to be Commissioner Gordon, will give out his number too.
Okay.
Because it is a problem all over, a good problem, all over Utah County, so.
So, Mayor, before we vote.
Yes.
I think, you oftentimes hear I made the mistake of looking at Facebook today and just shouldn't have done that. But you hear, stop the growth, stop the growth, stop the growth. I don't want this, I don't want density, I don't want this, right? We're growing, period. Whether we want to or not, people are coming to our community. We're growing our community within our community, right? I have 3 kids. They're hopefully going to have 6, 8 kids each.
Wow. He's ready.
I'm pumped. It can be a couple of years, but you know what I mean. They're coming. This lays out a framework for how to grow responsibly. And I think the conversation we just had ties into this. If we want farming, if we want open space, we need to grow responsibly and put density or whatever that term you want to use, a bunch of people in smaller spots so that we can have farming, so we can have open space. All that goes together, and this lays out a plan to do that as a county, not just as a city, but as a county. I think it is important for us to show leadership in entering the conversation about how our county grows, how our municipalities grow together. So I think this is a great document. It's something everyone should read. It's the reality of things, and you can't bury your head in the sand and say, don't grow. You need to be responsible about it, and this document helps us be responsible.
With that being said, if we're making a motion to approve this resolution, would this be appropriate to put on our city website so people can reference it easily?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we maybe even better link them to their website where they can get a lot more detail.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
We'll ask Nick to do that.
Yes, Nick, thank you.
Probably have it done before the meeting's up.
Yeah. This document does afford that if you look through it. You're planning regionally, acting locally, like you mentioned. Spanish Fork is going to have some agricultural for the next, I hope, 500 years in our city. Probably not the same case in Woodland Hills. They probably don't have the capability or land availability or whatnot, maybe in parts of Lehigh and AF too, right? But the ability to plan together, have our county flow together, municipalities flow together, but still have your unique nature of each individual city. So, anything else on this?
Good. I like it.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve resolution expressing an affirmation of support for the growth and prosperity compact of Utah Valley.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilman Euler. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
And Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
That passes. Item 10B is approved. Thank you, David. We'll go back to 9 now and go to 9B. This is the Juniper Ridge preliminary plat and zone change.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. A couple of things to maybe orient us to the subject property here. Main Street for us
Packed every time.
is this road right here.
They were great, weren't
They
they?
really were, yeah.
See what happens when you have somebody that just keeps blap, blap, blapping?
feel attacked or you feel
Vindicated,
Validated.
validated.
Vindicated.
One of the V words. No, not that one.
Take us home, Dave.
Thanks.
Take
Got
us
it.
home, David.
Okay.
I've used all my words for the night. I'm not gonna say anymore.
Woodland Hills Drive right here. So really on the very southern tip of what is the current Spanish Fork city boundary. This property was part of an annexation that had been through a couple of different iterations, and I think, roughly within the last year, maybe 18 months, was finalized with the annexation. The property on the east side of Main Street was designated commercial, and what was annexed at that time on the west side of Main Street was zoned rural residential. The particular pattern that we're going to talk about tonight with this portion of the subject properties, those that were part of that annexation, potentially being zoned for townhomes, was contemplated when the property was annexed, with the idea that the western portion of the properties would develop residentially, and that there would be enough depth of property set aside with the Main Street frontage to be able to accommodate, potentially a variety of different types of ultimate, buildings and uses there. Maybe like a building for some strip retail development or standalone office building, or even maybe like a pad for a restaurant with a drive-through and that type of thing. I say that with the idea that I really believe that the applicants have presented now what we viewed then and what was discussed at least with staff and the planning commission at that point in time. So the part of the proposal that involves a zone change for what we're seeing here in yellow from rural residential to R3 to accommodate what I'll touch on here in just a moment, townhome development with, a townhome development with 50 homes. I don't think it's a new idea, and I think the pattern makes a lot of sense for this location. So that being said, this is just another perspective of the subject property. In the proposal, again, 50 units. This is Arrive Homes, that's the applicant. And what would be built here is identical, as I understand it, to the type of housing, the specific design as what's being constructed on Del Monte Road with the Del Monte townhomes. 50 units on, as you can see, they're just under 6 acres. And I think with that, I will answer any questions and maybe let Arrive jump in and go through a presentation that they have.
Thank you, Dave.
One entrance, 50 homes.
Ultimately, as I see it, 3. There will be a connection here and a way for vehicles to get to and from Main Street there. The most immediate connection will be at Woodland Hills Drive right here. This will tie into the development of the Sunrock property to the north. Now, those don't all happen necessarily on the front end, and maybe that would be a good thing to talk with the applicant about just in terms of the timing of those connections and when they might be available.
Because we're approving the subdivision, one entrance, 50 homes, right?
Right.
Dave, what's the?
What's the threshold when you have to make them 2? Is it 50?
Yeah.
35 for a permanent, right? 50 for a, or do I have that backwards?
50 for a permanent, 35.
Okay, so conceivably with one access, this is something that could be approved, but we don't like, sorry, 50 with the permanent. But I don't think anybody is suggesting that a single access for 50 homes where the access to the different homes would be configured this way is a good idea. I do know that the availability of access here, that is really something where this property owner is at the mercy of how fast development north of this proceeds. So that's maybe something that's worth considering. I believe collectively the applicant and the current property owner do have some ability perhaps to make a second connection out to Main Street much more quickly, if that's something that you'd like to have discussed. And incidentally, a connection to Main Street, I don't think would ever take the form of a public street, but probably more just an easement through that development there.
So would that commercial property have access onto the state road? Yes?
Without it,
The best.
without it, it won't function commercially. It just will not.
Thanks, Dave.
But
Perfect. Thank you, Dave. Any more questions for Dave before applicant and then public hearing, and maybe we have more questions after that? Okay. Applicant, Dean?
Hi there, Dean Ingram, Arrive Homes. We're Dean Ingram. Yep. Arrive Homes, local. We're 700 North Main is our home base. You guys mostly know who we are already, but just maybe to state it for the record, we're a fairly large home builder based here in Spanish Fork, South County. Probably the largest in South County. I would pretty sure we are, at least as far as locations go. Our main, and you'll see our subdivisions all over Spanish Fork that we've done. We've done quite a few throughout Mapleton, Salem, Elk Ridge, Santaquin. We do have some stuff up north, but mainly we're based here locally. Our main model is we're a mass producer of customization. So with that, that's why we have so many employees. We have 100 employees, probably a little over north of 100 employees. Multiple designers, multiple architects, because we mass produce customization. So when somebody comes in to us, they can move walls, they can change
elevations. They can do anything they want with the home they started with. So you'll see that in our neighborhoods as we do that. We love doing that type. But we also we have also been diversifying over the years too. We've done some 55 and older. Obviously, Annie Acres is one of ours. We have one up in Salem Ridge. And we do some multifamily. We did the Renaissance, and we have one up in Lehigh. So we do some of that. We like to do that a little bit nicer though. We're not the guy that's going to be the one that just tries to do the cheapest thing we can do. We typically are trying to do what the buyers want. But we're also struggling making sure we also provide housing for our own employees, alone. Just affordability is obviously a big issue right now. So we like seeing these come in. You'll see this is the Del Monte. I don't know, we did have our grand opening of our model home over here over on Del Monte. That was on Saturday. So that's available for you to look at. You can see that product.
And this is what this is going to be?
Exactly, yeah. So it's the same one where it's different than Renaissance because it's a different layout because of how we had to do Renaissance. Those are ones where you have the garage in front and you have the front door in front. Here front doors on the opposite side, so we can actually do a wider garage. So our garages are 26 feet wide instead of the 20-foot wide that you'll find on most townhomes.
I'm horrible with that. Does that mean a truck and a car, or a SUV, or a van?
Yeah, that'll all fit in there, but what we mainly have is a secondary door, and so it leaves that extra 6 feet for, we like to use that for people can do bikes. And because what happens typically in townhomes, I mean, I've been around them for years and years, if you just do the minimum of a 2-car garage, then they're going to put stuff in one of the bays at least, if not both, and then they're parking in the driveway.
Right.
We'd rather have people park in garages.
I did notice that in your plan, and I really like that.
Yeah. So that's a little bit about us as Arrive. We're excited. Mike approached us on this project, and we liked it, and we said, yeah, we'll go ahead and try to put something forward for it. And so we've been going back and forth with staff and adjusting and going through a lot of stuff there, and it's kind of what we have come up with. Does this work? There we go. This is how it goes into the Clyde companies, GWC, Sunrock, I guess, is like multiple names for their company. The housing there is actually Scott Peterson. That's his ground, and his goes into theirs. So he is still a part of theirs, but ours is kind of functional for him too. Some of the things on this, is there a pointer also?
The red box in the middle of the arrows.
His doesn't show the third entrance to Main Street.
Right above the arrows.
No, I don't think it should.
Okay.
I don't think we want people turning off Main
Zap him. Here we go.
to get into residential.
So a couple things. One, just so you know the layout.
When you have more
We're gonna go right into
I'm gonna. Don't start, make me start. Just so you know a little bit about the ground here too, this is the parcel that Salem City bought. It's actually in your city, but that's where they're putting a PI pond for their city. So that's how they're functioning their west side.
Who approved that? Dean, do you know when that's going in? Will that go in before this development if this is approved?
Did you approve that? I don't know, somebody did.
What's these, Dean?
So those are just 12,000, it's the same zoning as the Sunrock.
Sunrock's there.
This is not, Sunrock is everything
Past that.
past that. This
So-
is Scott Peterson has his
Oh, so
home
this
still
is a
stays
sub-
on, I think, 3 acre, what do you keep it,
Okay.
3 acres?
But
And
that
then,
is, it's not part of the Sunrock, but it is part of their approval, right?
right,
So he's giving you the connectivity to that upper project.
yeah, exactly. And you can see, kind of have the, I think the initial look on this, and I think he's had some people interested in possibly putting a gas station on the corner there. It's a pretty busy corner. Basically, all of Woodland Hills, Elk Ridge, Salem, I mean, a good portion of that. The cutoff will take out Elk Ridge eventually. I think a lot more people will go down that instead of come down Main Street, but it's a pretty busy area there. I think it'd be a good revenue thing for the commercial here and the use of it too.
Dean, can you go back real quick to that last one?
I didn't
So
think
I-
I'm, there you go.
I assume this will be adjusted, right?
Yeah. So he just put some clip art in there. That is where they want the connection, but I am not designing the commercial. That's
Okay.
just some clip art of what the proposal may be, but yeah, he didn't.
Then with your parking, how do you make sure people don't park in the fire turn? or-
Good question. I think they'd probably just red curb it and tow them away if they do, right?
Would it- okay.
But yeah, it's a good point. Those turnarounds can be.
So I'm looking
I've
at,
seen those in residential areas and they're not turnarounds anymore, so I know what you're talking about. It's a little nicer here because an HOA drives it. So they'll make the decision on that and it's a little easier rather than the homeowner there using it for their RV parking on where I've seen multiple locations, so.
I was just gonna say, like, since I do have grandkids, my kids are living in that townhome, I'm gonna park on the street, right? I'm not gonna drive between the driveway and go to those back parking lots. Is there, the roads are wide enough for additional parking? Because I
Yeah.
foresee those pretty
They're,
full.
I don't know what that width was, but it's a, you know what that is, Scott?
It's a 60-foot right of way.
Yeah.
Okay, our version of wide streets are.
It varies.
Are different.
It's not
Where's Dave
300.
Anderson? So
I don't know what that
some
is.
neighborhoods, like, you know where I'm referring to, I would,
Nope.
okay, but if we're talking about, you know, the neighborhood east of me and it's super skinny, that's not this skinny, right?
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, you guys.
The difference would be the street.
You're not
that
like
abuts
people
the
going
commercial,
slow in your
right?
neighborhood?
That was expanded.
Just curious.
So the-
Talking about this.
There's enough room.
I don't even have to use a Jedi mind trick. You can-
Okay, grumble,
Don't park your
grumble, move
RV
on
there.
more.
People.
That's not you, it's us, because that's the measurements we give you. I'm sorry, Dean.
And
No, it's
thank
good.
you
No,
for
I-
applying those measurements.
Hey, I
I
totally.
apologize, Dean, for those measurements.
No, Dean, as a developer, Dean will like those measurements because
Yeah,
it's
they're
less.
a little less expensive,
It's-
right?
Yeah,
You can fit more.
Although you probably put something else in there that made it more, though, I'm sure.
probably not.
Yeah, I'm
Stop
pretty
it, Dean.
sure. Yeah, this road is a wider road.
It's just a neighborhood street.
So I feel like it's a compromise.
It's a bad one.
Okay.
It's
Buy
9:30.
that, okay.
We did do the connection here, you know, the crosswalk and do the narrowing there for traffic calming, but also a crosswalk to get people over to this side. That was a good spot. And there's kind of some, other elevations of it. That would be the playground area. So you can kind of see, I mean, our architectural features are not affordable to do. I mean, to do arch roofs and pop outs, we always have on our single family on this, we like to do a lot of relief and a lot of balance stuff in order to, and honestly, we love doing this product too because there's no garages that face the street at all. That's the problem you get. One with parking, if you're fronting townhomes onto your streets, yeah, you have a driveway, but there is no parking in front on the street at all then because you're going to block somebody's driveway. This has the entire street. There's only a driveway per cluster, which really spreads that out and gives you a nice,
Allows parking.
and it gives you, yeah, and it gives you a way, you know, just a really nice streetscape too as you drive down through it. So you can kind of see that even on the sides of ours. We'll do the relief on the ends and things. That's the floor plan I was talking about where just this extra area is just a nice area. And we've seen that in our other product up in Lehigh and in Del Monte. The people, that's a good storage place. And we have the same product up in, well, 2 locations up in Lehigh that we have it. So very popular to have it that way.
I walked through the Del Monte ones about a month ago,
Mhm.
and it's an awesome floor plan.
Yeah, it feels good. And the thing too about both these side, that side and this side, it also has the basement. So, I mean, as far as storage goes, I mean, and this, it's sad to say, I mean, I honestly, because we feel it and we see it. Unfortunately, I mean, kids now are really priced out of the market with rates moving up and cost going through the roof, right? It's nice that these are big enough, you know, that, you know, if a family can't get into a home, they can be in here and still have enough room to raise, you know, they may be raising 3 or 4 kids. I think one person moving into Del Monte's got 4 kids.
And they've got enough room for that, but that's what they can afford right now, you know?
That's 6 in there, right? 6 kids.
I don't know how to do, how do I select that? Or you can select that.
Click on that.
It's kind of a fly-through, and then I'll sit down. I don't want to, you've already had a long day. Are you able to select that for me, right? Yeah. This will make you dizzy, sorry. This is kind of nice. You can kind of get an idea of what it means, what it looks
How
like to
wide the
drive
roads
through.
are. It's disgusting.
Don't mind the pedestrians walking in pace. That's a new standard that Spanish Fork has for, they put treadmills in the sidewalk.
Oh.
Did that start over?
No, let's go on the backside now.
Oh, did we already go through it? Maybe, did it loop? I can't remember.
No, it's on the back road.
Anyway, so
You know that disclaimer where you might have a seizure?
that gives you a good, that gives you a good idea. So that's kind of, and I think, I don't know if, part of this, I think, so Mike has the acreage right to the east of this that has, is that 3 acre? How many acres is that?
There's 3 acres along the highway on the west side of it.
And then there's 6, how many acres on the other side?
16.
16, and part of that for him, when he came to me, he said, well, I agreed that I would include the 16 acres in annexation also, and this was kind of the negotiation of the buffer. We're helping him get utilities there by putting this in first and bringing utilities all the way. That'll also be available for across the street too, so.
Can you
kind of
clarify
that-
which mic you're talking about?
Mike McDonald right here.
Okay.
That-
I figured there's just a mic up here. I didn't want anyone to be confused
Yeah.
with mics.
Anything else? For any other questions?
And Mike McDonald is the owner of the ground right now, so.
Not a huge fan of the access on the 6 through the commercial back to this. I'd rather have all the residentials turn at the light, access at the light off of 6.
Yeah.
If the
Main.
commercial has, I said
Main.
6, I meant Main, he's got me.
Yeah.
I'm completely, this is why I need maps. I don't like that cross access at all. I would rather them,
I don't know if they would,
Yeah.
I don't know if UDOT's a big fan of it either, I'm not sure, but
maybe that's why.
I think they want us to stub there and then make that decision later, but that'd probably be a site plan you see in the future, whether you, and they'll have to get that approved through UDOT and you guys, obviously.
They'll likely be rights in and rights out.
Yeah, at the most. I wouldn't plan on that being access for commercial or residential. That doesn't make sense to me. I'd rather see everyone turn at a light, safer, all of those things. Not too worried about 50 units accessing one point. I understand that's our limit, but you're talking about 250 trips a day. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
So I like it. I like the fact that you develop a product that is a little more high quality and yet still somewhat affordable. So I think it's what we need here. It put a little density next to a very capable road and a connection to another very capable road. So I like it.
That's kind of the key, is get people places, and that's usually where we want it, so.
Okay. Thank you, Dean. Well, I'll entertain a motion to go into public comment.
So moved.
I thought we were.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilwoman Beck to go into public hearing on this item. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item B, Juniper Ridge, preliminary plat and zone change. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this? Okay.
Motion to go out of public hearing. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilman Argyle to go out of public hearing. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're out of public hearing. Any other questions for staff, the applicant, or discussion about this item? plat and the zone change, you can do in one motion? Okay.
I
If there's
move to
no-
approve the Juniper Ridge preliminary plat and zone change based on the findings in the minutes.
Okay. Four findings.
Four findings.
Looks like there's in the minutes.
Well, there's
There's-
two number ones,
Oh.
so.
One and one?
One finding, four conditions.
Oh, one finding, four conditions.
Yeah,
There you go.
there you
Okay.
go.
All right. Motion on the table,
I'll second.
seconded by Councilman, motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilman Euler. This is a roll call vote. Councilwoman Beck,
Yes.
Councilman Marshall,
Yes.
Councilman Euler,
Yes.
Councilman Argyle,
Yes.
Councilman Gordon.
Yes.
That passes. Okay. Next, next item on the public hearing agenda, 9C, ordinance regarding construction standard revisions.
Okay, this is pretty easy, I think. What we have done is we wanted to be careful to not have a lot of different construction standard changes for developers to keep track of. So what we've decided to do is try to have one July 1st and one January 1st and just kind of save up for that. So this is kind of everything we've talked about the last 6 months or so. And basically the one where we have the reduced width intersections at a T intersection, we've taken that out. There's no need for that there. We had a problem with vehicles trying to make that turn at the T and that being hard. So that is one of the modifications on the standards. The other one is we had a meeting with the railroad and with UDOT, and the standard is that you need to be 250 feet away from a railroad right-of-way with any access or street. And so our standard before that, I think it was 200. We're making that 250 just to match theirs. And then the next thing is we now have our own video inspection equipment, and we felt like it'd be better for us and the developers if we did our own video inspection of new sewer and stormwater lines. We can map it better and log it better in our own mapping system. And so what we're going to do is do that, but deduct the time from their inspection fee, and we'll save the money because we charge less, if you will, than the mobilizing an outside company from coming in. And I think that's pretty much it for the major ones. There's lots of minor ones, but any questions?
On the 250 feet. So I'm assuming you mean perpendicular to the right-of-way.
Correct.
Get that. Let's say you have a development that parallels the railroad. One house over, you have an intersection. That intersection would be within 250 feet of the railroad right-of-way. That's not what you meant.
So
Probably have to draw it. 'cause-
yeah, so you're saying like if you turn off of the road that crosses the railroad and there's, yeah, no, it's on the road that crosses the railroad.
Okay. Do we need to be clearer? Or is that just a?
I can
everyone's
look
just
at-
Head down, not listening to me whatsoever.
Being the
This is a
I can look, but
engineering conversation.
yeah.
Brandon, just relax.
Okay.
Next item.
No
Go
access
ahead,
to be
Chris.
allowed within 2 feet.
I'm the only one. Scott Peterson, where'd he go? Back me up.
He's gone.
Dang it.
Oh, sorry.
You're on your own.
I'm fine with making it clear if you want. And you could just say on the road.
You want to put like.
I can add that. If you put that in the motion, we can add that, no problem.
Some bird's eye views.
Let's go into public hearing and see what.
Yeah, let's go in the public hearing.
Okay, we can go into public
You're right
hearing for
back up.
item 9C here. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Gordon. Going to public hearing on this item. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing. Anybody from the public want to speak to 9C? If not, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilman Argyle to go out of public hearing. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're out of public hearing. Any more questions for Chris, or do you want to
No,
put that in the motion?
I don't know how to articulate it well enough to put it in the motion.
Just say, with the addition, making it along the road that crosses the track, we can add that.
Some clarified cross-section language.
All right, I can do that. Okay, I'll do that.
Let's see if he gets a second.
Stacy's got me.
It's getting
Let's
late.
not-
Oh, Stacy's got me, he
Yep.
says.
No, let's not approve what he says.
Yeah. Just because.
You guys are so fun tonight.
It's 9:20, let's just
Can I make
get
a motion,
fun.
Mayor?
Yes.
I move to approve the ordinance regarding construction standard revisions with the modification that Chris adds some clarifying language on the 250-foot setback from a railroad right-of-way.
Motion.
Setback. Not setback. Access. Correct?
Some clarifying language around, I thought I had it right.
He's visualizing a Peterbilt with two.
Yeah, two double pumps.
The access refers.
Seth, go to the board and draw.
Road, crossing the road.
Okay, so the motion is, we approve this with the language that,
The clarifications discussed previously in our discussion.
is that all I have to say?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, with the clarifications discussed during comments.
Chris will make it happen.
I know he will, that's why these people are
Okay.
annoying.
Oh, we're
Mo-
these people.
I know what you're,
Motion is made. Motion made by
Hey,
Council
he wasn't in on it.
Marshall, seconded by Councilman Argyle. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Marshall,
Yes.
Councilman Euler,
Yes.
Councilman Argyle,
Yes.
Councilman Gordon,
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
That is approved. 9C is approved. On to 9D, ordinance regarding transportation master plan revision.
I think that was a good clarification. All right, so on the
I'll draw it for you guys later.
transportation master plan, again, we want to only bring these effective July 1st and effective January 1st. It also makes it easier for our staff to go back and know what laws were in effect when a development becomes entitled. And so the next one is some master plan changes. This one's pretty easy. 4th North eventually is supposed to kind of turn and connect with Center Street all around this new I-15 interchange and also commuter rail station area. And so with that, we thought it would be important to have that be the UDOT road. And then we have plans in the future to actually trade Center Street with UDOT for 100 South and Canyon Road. Once this interchange is in place, it's a better connection between US 6 and I-15. And so with this being a UDOT road, it would make sense for it to continue on to this UDOT road. So the only change here is that becomes green, and then you'll see some highlighted of this used to be, let's see, this is all changing. That's the only change right there. Anyway.
The green and the red, can you go over that
This
again?
this is going from red to green.
The colors, what's the significance of the colors?
Green is UDOT, red is local.
So red or city?
Red would be city or county.
City or county streets,
Yeah.
okay. And these are obviously roads that don't exist as of right now.
These aren't, yeah, that's great.
West side doesn't.
Any questions on that? All right, next one.
Sarah looks at me
If you
like, come on, grab something.
All right. We felt like originally we were going to have a trail run back behind Shopco, but when it came time to do it, it just didn't feel right running them back there. And so we worked with the developer, and we're recommending that the trail comes here along 9th. It might have to be in the road a little bit as a stripe type thing, but that seems safer and better in some regards. The next change is, let's see, so you have 4th North right here, US 6. This is where the Kmart is. When this development went in, a trail was not installed here. And so we're proposing to take that trail out. We don't think it would fit well over here, and then adding in here to create this loop. So this is kind of more of a wetlands area. Seemed to work better for a trail. And then the next one is moving the trail from this south side of, we call it 700 South. This is a county address, to the north side. So anyway, any questions about any of those? Okay.
Thank you, Chris. A couple of changes for road designations on the west side and then trail stuff all over the city. Any questions before we go into public hearing, or else I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Argyle to go in public hearing on this ordinance. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilwoman Beck to go out of public hearing. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
We're out of public hearing. Any further questions or comments for Chris? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance regarding transportation master plan revision.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Argyle for this item. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Passes. Item E of public hearing, ordinance improving Title 15 revisions.
Okay, we have a situation where impact fees are struggling a little bit to keep up with the cost of growth, and so of construction needed for growth, and particularly in transportation. It's costing a lot to construct roads. Impact fee projects are not being paid back for a long period of time. We feel like our transportation impact fee is about as high as you can get it. We get a lot of complaints about it from the commercial side of the world. It's not too bad on residential, but it's about as high as we feel like we can go commercially, but we need to kind of trim back what can be an impact fee project. And one of the thoughts that we had is up till now, an intersection has been 100% impact fee reimbursable. And our consultants, back when they did our transportation master plan, said that you can justify that because an intersection was fine before, but growth is what's making you need to make improvements to the intersection. But you can say, well, the growth related, so for instance, if you have a collector road, the impact fee reimbursable part of that road is what a local road is, the smallest road, what that costs versus the collector road. So the widening of it, if you will, is what we pay them back for impact fees. And so what we're saying we could do is take that percentage, which is usually about half, okay? So let's say you had a collector road where only half of it could be paid back through impact fees. intersecting with an arterial road, which was about half as well, okay? One might be a little less than half, one a little bit more than half. You take the average of the two, and that's what the intersection is reimbursable. Instead of 100%, we'll just take the average of the two and basically apply a local element to intersections. This is a big deal. It could help our impact fees. Sometimes you build a roundabout.
That just pushes the cost to the developer then?
Yeah, or the city.
Okay.
Yeah, or, yeah.
Okay.
And so sometimes a roundabout costs upwards of $1 million. Instead of getting $1 million paid back through impact fees, it'd be about half that. And so that should help. Otherwise, we just kind of see that impact fee fund getting more and more negative, and the pressure from developers, which are not getting paid back, and the city for that matter, for a long period of time, just building. And so anyway, that's one thing. The other is similar, and it's with our power and light impact fee. Power and light equipment, transformer, everything is costing a lot more money. And so we have a similar pressure, not quite as drastic, but one of the things that we have done today is said, well, 600 amp lines are all regional. They support many subdivisions, not just one, and it's hard to call it a local. But there's another issue, and that is every road on either side of the road has to have an electrical trench. For street lights, if there even if there's no services, you still have to have a trench for the street lights. So we're looking at that a little more holistically and saying, well, the developer has to put in this trench already. The conduits is a small part of the cost of the trench. It's mostly excavating it out, putting in the conduits, and then backfilling it. The earthwork is the main part of the cost. And so we've kind of calculated out just the pipe, just adding the pipe. And the pipe's pretty big for a 600 amp line. And so what we are proposing is reducing the impact fee reimbursable cost of a 600 amp line that's underground from 100% down to 28%. Assuming that the developer would already have to put the trench in. We don't have any developers here, do we?
All listening at home.
Yeah. Okay. Just kidding. But basically what that would do is all this 600 amp line going through the city, only the growth related pipe part of it will be reimbursed. And that helps with the impact fees not being too onerous. Any questions on that? All right.
Thank you, Chris. Some detail there. I would entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Argyle, seconded by Councilman Gordon to go into public hearing. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing on this item. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this? I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Gordon. Go out of public hearing. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Can I say one last thing?
Yes.
On these construction standard changes and the master plan changes and the Title 15 changes, we had a special meeting where we invited all the developers, engineers, anyone who had actually submitted any type of development application to the city, and we went through all of these with those who came. So they got a special invite, and we did all this so that they would know these changes were coming.
So this will affect that's already in the pipeline? Already in the process? No, it won't.
Their grandfather.
So once,
Just everything now forward.
unless it's to their advantage, which a lot of these are to their advantage. So like the construction standards.
Okay.
But if it's not to their advantage, when they apply, those rules are in place. And that's another reason to say, well, July 1st, January 1st, those are the two dates that changes go into effect. It's easier to kind of keep track of them that way. So,
Thanks, Chris.
I'll
Thanks,
move
Chris.
to approve ordinance approving Title 15 revisions for reimbursable projects.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilwoman Beck. Roll call vote, Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
Councilman Gordon.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Item E is approved. Takes us to item 10, section 10, item A. This is a reappointment of some people serving in our Youth City Council as well as our Planning Commission reappointments. Does anybody from staff want to speak to these? Just take it up here. All right. Well, I know they're my appointments, but.
Oh, I'll
She
say
knows-
something.
she
I
knows Todd, so she
text
could throw
Commissioner
him under the bus.
Mitchell today and confirmed that he really wanted to do it.
Okay, good.
Really want to?
And he said, call me an idiot, but yes, so
Was that a forced, I have to answer
No,
this way?
I'm just like, do you really want to do this?
I've heard that.
Which is great because he does an excellent job.
He does, and that's what I told him.
Yes.
Super hard for me to say Todd does a really good job because I had to clean his helmets once in high school, but he's doing a really good job.
He's a good one. He's a good planning commission member. We're lucky to have all those planning commission members, and Todd is a great member of that team. So I propose we reappoint him for, is it three-year term? So he'll be with us for 3 more years. And the Youth City Council advisors, Becca Larson and Laurie Dallin. Tara, you'd know these people?
If I can make a comment on that, Tara and I and Chad interviewed them and just kind of let them know what they were in for before we asked them to be volunteers. And they were super excited. We're really excited to have them in. And I think they're going to start this month, right, Tara? Okay.
Great.
Awesome.
I will
Perfect
mention
time.
too, Mayor, if I may, that both Becca and Laurie are graduates of Spanish Fork University, this most recent class. I saw them in a meeting yesterday, and they looked at me and said, "You weren't upfront with us about what was going to happen after class." I said, "I told you on day 1 and day 10 that this was going to happen." I said, "I need your phone numbers because they're going to call you." And they said, "Well, within a week, Councilwoman Beck called." So
Yeah, they said, we
but they're
really
great-
didn't believe Nick
great
that people
individuals.
would call us.
But isn't it neat that they have that kind of background and understanding of the city and are interested and intrigued by serving? I'm super excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proud of them.
Those are my requests for appointments. This does need to be a motion and a second and a roll call vote to do it.
I move to approve mayoral appointments, Todd Mitchell, Planning Commission reappointment, and Youth City Council advisors Becca Larson and Laurie Dallin.
Second?
Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Argyle. Roll call vote, Councilman Gordon.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
Those appointments are approved. Thank you for your service, continued service to Spanish Fork City. Item B, we did. Item C, guaranteed maximum price contract with Kenny Singh Construction for Expressway Lane US 6 widening project.
Okay, we're excited about this project. This is actually a continuation of a project that we did right over here by Cafe Rio on 8th North and 8th East, where we build a signalized high T intersection here. This was with MAG funds, and this project had a tight timeline because we had to beat In-N-Out Burger. We had heard rumors that In-N-Out Burger attracted a fair number of cars, and we wanted to be ahead of that. And we used Kenny Singh Construction as our CMGC contractor on that, and they were able to finish it actually early. They beat In-N-Out Burger and on time and enough under budget that it left around $800,000 left in that MAG fund. Not wanting to let that slip away from us, we immediately went to MAG and said, "Hey, there's more to this intersection and across here. Can we use that money to make some improvements over here?" MAG approved that, and so this is that project. We were able to design so that we could have 2 more lanes come kind of southwest bound here. so that we could have 2 through, a right. And we were able to acquire the land needed to do that from Arby's. We also got looking at some developments occurring in this area and the need for a traffic signal here. And so we also included that traffic signal into this project. MAG will not be helping to fund that, so that's more of a city project. But that being said, we went out to bid for this and got 0 bidders. Wow. Not one contractor would bid it. But there is a lot of expediency here because UDOT plans to do a major Highway 6 improvement through this whole area next summer, and we want to be ahead of that so that our contractor is not in conflict with their contractor. And so we approached Kenny Singh Construction, who did this, and asked if they would be willing to give us, have a CMGC type relationship across the street and give us a guaranteed maximum price, and that's what this is. And it was reviewed by the engineers, the quantities, and they actually seem really fair as we go through them. Kenny Singh's been great to work with. We've really had a good relationship with this project, so we would recommend approval of the guaranteed maximum price.
Is UDOT adding a road here?
Yes.
No, a lane?
Yeah, that's part of the project. So they have 3 throughs and a dedicated right.
Okay.
And then we're working on having dual lefts at every intersection here.
And you're going to add 2 turning lanes here?
So you'd have 1 right, 2 throughs, and at least 1 left.
Okay.
Here.
Right now, the 3rd lane is here already, starts right here.
Yeah, and we talked to them.
This will back up clear to here because everybody's waiting for this to clear when this is busy. Could we put a sign there, tell them they can turn? I mean, I don't know how to change that. It's
crazy, isn't it?
I got out of my car and walked up and said, "You can turn."
You did?
I did. I'm in a big truck and I'm like, "Come on, you can go."
Left Teresa in the passenger seat.
But they're just waiting for the traffic to clear, and it's.
If you approve this, we're just going to tear it all up right now.
Okay, never mind.
I would just suggest.
Hey, Chris, the 800,000, does the city already have that, or is that reimbursed after the project?
Yeah, with MAG funds, we do it, we pay for the work, and they reimburse us.
It's free. Go get it. It's on you.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Thanks for helping with our
Good
traffic
done.
situation.
Good to have UDOT.
Chad gets out. Tap, tap, tap. Excuse me, you can go.
You know what that means, don't you?
I'm on the city council.
Get him a badge, Chief. Get him
I'm
a
on
badge.
the city council.
I have a very large horn, and it gets attention
Do not
right
give him
away.
a badge. He will walk out of his car, he'll flash that badge, and then he's in jail. We don't want that.
No badge. All right. Okay, any questions for Chris about this?
Is he going to start right away then, so we get ahead of him? Okay.
Yeah, he's not gonna give you GMP today and not start tomorrow.
Yeah, he wants to probably go now before the price changes. Yeah.
We'll have a bunch of change orders.
So
I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve guaranteed maximum price contract with Kenny Singh Construction concerning Expressway Lane US 6 widening project.
Motion made by Councilman Argyle.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Marshall. This will be a roll call vote. Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle? And Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Passes. On to item D of new business, proposal to update landscape requirements.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to try to get to the point quickly and then just answer any questions that you guys might have. I think we have a wonderful opportunity now to utilize some expertise that is exceptional and that has played a role in helping a number of communities to date do what I think we need to do here in Spanish Fork. We have landscaping requirements, and I think our landscaping requirements do certain things very, very well. But those things are simple and straightforward things that, frankly, I'd also say are kind of hard to screw up. Our standards are straightforward matters of people providing a certain number of things and in some cases providing a certain type of coverage over a certain area of a property without really providing any direction or guidance in terms of how something gets designed, or very much guidance at all in terms of the materials that might be used to landscape a property that can make a really big difference as to how that ends up wearing over time. To a large extent, I'm talking about just plant materials. Also talking about how those things get irrigated, which of course plays a huge role in terms of what survives, what doesn't, how quickly things grow, how slowly they grow, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And those are indeed some of the much more specific things that I think right now we have a great opportunity, like I said, and absolutely a tremendous need to make some improvements of our own on. Improvements relative to things that we can have included in our regulations to provide some bona fide guidance to people so that the investments that they make in their properties turn out to be good for them and good for the rest of the community. And as well as that, to provide some, it's really kind of the same thing, but ultimately some baseline fundamental requirements that prevent things from happening that have a tendency to turn out poorly. We have expertise in our office relative to what we think works well and what doesn't, but we have a hard time describing exactly why that is. Landmark design, however, they understand it inside and out. Some of their clientele, including the Jordan Valley Conservancy District, where they have helped them prepare demonstration materials and demonstration projects, really with a focus on water-wise landscaping, I think really demonstrates how well they are respected in the industry, and largely is the reason that we're suggesting that they are the right group to meet a need that we have today. If you read the proposal that Mr. Vlasic gave us, you can see that he references some of the changes that were made recently to state law in terms of what cities can and can't require. He's done a review of our current standards, as have Brandon and I in our office. And we believe that while our current regulations comply with some of the additional restrictions that the legislature provided just a few months ago, we also think that for a number of reasons, it's time for us to maybe be a little bit more of a leader among peer communities in terms of making sure that we are helping property owners make improvements to their properties that are sensible and that are going to work well over time. And a big part of that, I would say as well, is just the aesthetic side of it, which right now, like I'm mentioning, I believe we have some gaps on. The last thing I think that I'll mention is that, again, if you read the proposal, you'll see that we are hoping to get this from start to finish fairly quickly. I think timing matters a lot, and that has a lot in my mind to do with just the amount of work that's happening now in Spanish Fork. The volume of developments that have been approved in recent years, what we have on the drawing board now, and how that translates into just a quantity of dollars that are being spent on landscape improvements today. I would hate to delay this, to maybe miss opportunities into the future to do things better than we have been. So I appreciate the timeline that Mr. Vlasik's given us, which I think very reasonably and appropriately, but also I would say somewhat aggressively, has this being wrapped up in October. We would anticipate, perhaps working with the mayor to decide who on the part of the council might be part of a very, probably a small-scale committee to help work through the development of some things that we can hopefully get some consensus on and maybe a little bit broader buy-in on than just what staff and a consultant can come up with on our own. To get this across the finish line, we don't take spending $20,000 of public funds lightly. I look at that from a few different perspectives, however.
Just spent $2 million.
I might use the word "we" a little bit more limited than collectively as a staff, to poke a little fun at Chris. But you understand the revenue perspective. I think in terms of what growth is doing today for Spanish Fork. So that's one thing maybe to consider. And I would also note, just as an example of what I'm talking about in terms of the investment that's being made by the private sector as they follow the standards that we have, when home builders don't get landscaping done before they want certificates of occupancy for buildings, we make them give us some type of guarantee that that landscaping work will be done. So the week before last, we were asked to give some certificates of occupancy for the first phase of a townhome development. I think it's 2 buildings in all, a total of 12 units. And based on an estimate of the cost that they were given by their landscape consultant to do the improvements that are associated with those 2 buildings, they gave us a check for $50,000 that essentially we take as a deposit, and when the landscaping's done, we release the money. That's $50,000 for 12 homes, for 12 townhome units. And we're looking at likely having more than 700 homes built in Spanish Fork this year, plus what likely will be several 100,000 square feet of industrial space, additional retail space, office space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is a small way to make sure that that investment is used as best as it can be. And I've kind of downplayed this because I don't think, well, I'll say it differently. I think we give today developers and residents many opportunities to install landscaping that does not waste water. But yet we provide very little guidance as to, maybe what they can do to actually make that work as well as it can, which again is something that I think Landmark brings to the table. So I didn't mean to put it on too thick, but I really do feel like this is a big deal. I understand that some folks have reached out to you as council members relative to some concerns that they have about some things that today our ordinance does and does not allow. We've had numerous conversations with people as well. And right now, kind of the common trend in terms of complaints seems to be about us requiring people to do anything but just rock, or maybe other things that, with changes that we'd made recently to our landscaping requirements, we were explicitly trying to get away from. So we as staff kind of trying to navigate what had been a changing environment. And that's why we're bringing this before you tonight, and hope that we can start on this.
Thanks, Dave. Stay right there for a sec. I think it's important that we do and we update. I don't want to be a Las Vegas. I don't want a bunch of yards with rocks, and I think I asked Seth about this. It takes a little bit to maintain rocks too, because they get weeds and everything else. And you can drive down in some of these southern cities and states and you can see those that are taken care of. And I think it's important that we do that. But our neighborhoods stay cool and look good when there's shrubs and trees and things like that. And I know we need to be water wise and that kind of things. But just to back in and dump rocks, then take a little backhoe and straighten it out and smooth it down, that's not acceptable to me, to a yard. But also, when we started this thing with the $2,500, and that needs to update, it was to encourage them to finish off their property. We wanted them to continue to look nice, and we still want that to continue. I don't want it to be a stick to sit and pound on them to get it done, but I still want the yards to look nice. I don't want my neighborhoods in Spanish Fork to continue to look. And I know it's a delicate balance, because where we're at right now, and we don't know that this drought's going to end tomorrow. It may last another 10 years, and we do need to be very wise about our use of water, especially when we just did that resolution with Utah County Vision and stuff, and part of that, the number one thing is wise water use, and we need to do that and understand. But I also want our neighborhoods to still look nice. I just don't want green rock and Brandon painting it and the county approving it.
Looks like you found your committee member, Mayor.
Right there, yeah. Pretty good.
I had something to say, but I'm not going to do that.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. I like the, oh, go ahead.
Before Dave goes, I think at the end of this, if a property owner had a toolbox they could go to and say, I like this, I like this, I like this, put this in, we'd all be better off, to Chad's point, if we had something for them to reference. They're not landscape architects, so let's give them a toolbox to do that. If this scope gets that far, great. If not, I'm for adding more scope.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is the idea.
Okay.
And there are some resources for that right now with Localscapes and Flip Your Strip. They've got free landscaping classes that you can sign up specifically for park strips, for yards, lots of different things that you can do.
And I think some of that gets somehow packaged up as part of this process. It's almost, in some regard, becomes a public outreach kind of a thing, as well as providing, these are the things you need to do, actually the bona fide requirement side.
I think as staff, one thing that Chad said, we understand and want to make sure that we understand from your perspective. So this is a good conversation, and if you have any other further guidance for us is helpful. As we interact with these new homeowners and they say, well, I want to do this, and it doesn't fit within the ordinance, we're trying to interpret the ordinance that we do have and apply it to what they're trying to do. But we don't want it to be zero-scaped, which isn't really a term of art, right? But sometimes that's what they think they're doing. Zero-scaping is in, I'm not going to have anything, and that's not the idea. You live in a community, and there's a little bit of some responsibility there that is implied by living in a community. And we do have that grant resource. It's not really a grant, it's part of their building permit. But it's money that they put in, that they get back when they do that. And so it may not offset all of the costs, but it certainly does a good chunk of it. It's unfortunate that it costs a lot of money. I think it was you, Councilwoman Beck, that expressed that to me in a conversation, but.
$2,500 don't.
No, the ordinance, the landmark work.
Oh.
$20,000,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
But I think that gives us access to a wealth of information that they have, that they've already done. And I think, frankly, it's pretty cheap because of that, right? They have a lot of stuff that's ready to go, and they can take it off and give it to us as they've done the work and they've done the research. So I'm interested in this as well, and I think if we need to develop it further, we can, but I think it'll get us a long way.
Well, it's a reaction to some outreach to us, but it's also us, thinking forward and leaning into it, right? The $20,000 of the taxpayer funds to get to a study of what we can do and what makes sense. The paragraph under project understanding, I think, says it the best for me, where it says the city has good access to both culinary and irrigation water, the latter of which is distributed via pressure irrigation. Despite these favorable conditions, they're very favorable for our city. The city wants to be sensitive to changing demands for landscape water conservation with a focus that builds upon the best of existing codes and requirements while utilizing model codes and ideas such as Localscapes that are promoted by Central Utah Water District and Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District. So,
I had a thought, though. We've had a couple of people reach out to us with concern about the timetable of their deposit, I was gonna say bond, but maybe a deposit / bond for them, that it expires. I think the code gives us a year time frame after they move in or something like that. With your understanding, with your guidance, I think it's wise for us to probably respond back to them, hey, we're looking at doing some changes that might allow for some things, maybe not exactly what you're talking about, right? Some people have specifically targeted having some kind of artificial turf, grass, not grass, carpet kind of a thing in large quantities and whatnot. Maybe something, maybe there's an application that you want to have in there. Maybe there isn't, but I think if we're going to do this study, and it probably will take us through the end of the landscaping season, then I think it'd be wise to be able to reach out to those and put off those fears. Say, hey, well, thanks for reaching out to us. We understand what you're looking at doing. We can push you to construction season 23 if you're comfortable with that.
I think so.
Your deposit's still there.
Yeah.
You know, you can go ahead and do whatever you wanted to do if you were doing it this year, but your deposit's still there while we're looking at some adjustments here.
Yeah, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, meaning realistically, they may have to wait 3 months before they would get their deposit, right?
Well,
Because-
no, they may not have the outcome of what this new xeriscaping standards could have, which means they wouldn't be able to start until October. It's not ideal time for them to do landscaping. They would start again in April and maybe finish in July. So it would be up to 12 months, if you will. But they would have the new standards rather than being forced to do something perhaps they weren't wanting to do because our current standard says you have to do this. They were hoping to do that.
Which again, it gives them, to Chad's point, it gives them a little leeway. If you got nothing, you get your weeds are going to be this high by the end, you know, if you're a neighbor of that person.
Which we don't want that.
Which we don't want that.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're taking care of it and doing something with it until they go put something in.
If they're gonna put carpet down, it's gotta be commercial.
Commercial grade. Squares?
Yes.
So, and one thing to
9
highlight,
pound pad.
the purpose of this program and the bond or deposit that we have isn't to have any kind of heavy hand. And the timetable isn't such that we don't want $1.
Right.
It's
We
your
want 'em to
money.
do the yard.
It's just, if we don't have a timetable, when will you do it, right? We all, as human beings, need deadlines, and so we can push that for those that request it.
Okay. Thank you, Seth. Sounds like everybody's okay with that extension language there too. If there's no more further questions on this, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve proposal to update landscaping requirements. Do you want something else added to it? Nothing more than that?
Not with the discussion, the extension discussion, that's, okay, all right. Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Argyle, seconded by Councilman Marshall. Roll call vote. Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Argyle.
Yes.
Councilman Gordon.
Yes.
And Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Passes. Item E, resolution indicating intent to annex the minor annexation.
Oh, jeez.
That's why you keep it on your head.
I mean, my goodness.
Mayor and council, we got a request for an annexation on the east bench. It's there on the screen. It's part of an unincorporated island between Spanish Fork and Mapleton. So it's because of that status, the state code allows you to do that by a resolution indicating your intent to annex that island, and then holding a public hearing later, and at that point, adopting an ordinance to annex it. Certain criteria need to be met. One of them is that the area needs to be no more than 50 acres. And this is just about 24, 25 acres, I believe. So this just kicks off the process. Like in a petition setting, you would accept an annexation for further consideration. This is basically you adopt the resolution saying you will annex it unless we get objections that meet the threshold and before the public hearing.
Doesn't obligate us to annex it. It just keeps
No,
it
you
in
still will have a
process.
public hearing and decide at that point to annex it or not.
Thanks, Vaughn. Any questions for Vaughn on this?
It's called minor, not because it's small, but because that's their name.
Family's last name.
That's their name. Yeah. East side. Okay, I'd entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
I move to approve a resolution indicating intent to annex the minor annexation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilman Euler. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle? Yes. Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, item F, resolution for personnel policy changes having to do with liability insurance.
Boy, did we beat this one to death, didn't we?
We did. Brandon's on the
We-
personnel committee,
We
or
went
Councilman
back and
Gordon
forth
is.
on this,
Did you?
Mayor, and I tell you what, they
Insurance
hate that they
guys.
have a councilman
Insurance
that's an
guys.
insurance guy.
We got to a great place, we feel like. So we have a recommendation to change the personnel policy manual in regards to personal use of vehicles on city business. So what this change is proposing is we currently require that you have a $300,000 excess liability policy, which is actually some pretty muddy language as it is that needed to be updated. If we did require employees to have what we currently require, many of them would probably pay anywhere from an additional $200 a year to $500 to $600 a year or more for their personal automobile insurance. So what we're proposing is, number one, what we have in the policy isn't currently what we've been practicing because we haven't been verifying the insurance. So to put, I guess, the easiest way to put it is we would like to change the policy so that our employees are still required to be insured, but they're required to be insured at the limits that the state requires. So many of them will probably have more than that, but at a minimum, that's what we're recommending tonight.
It was good. It really boiled down to some recommendations from our insurance provider as well, just so everyone's clear that they were helping us with, right, Irma?
I think that's a great point. Yeah, we reached out to Irma, we reached out to Morton, who also helps us with insurance, and based on what they shared with us and what other businesses and municipalities have in their policies, this would be a good move. So.
Thank you, Tyler. Any other questions for Tyler? Okay.
I would make a motion to approve. I move to approve resolution personnel policy changes, liability insurance.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilman Argyle. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
That passes. Takes us to item G, a resolution authorizing airport manager, public works director to sign hangar ground leases. I feel like this is targeted at the mayor because I get an email saying I have a ground lease thing to sign, and then I get another email saying you forgot to sign it.
Specifically, they said that over.
We were just worried about your oversight, if you were like really looking into those leases, reading them through. And, no, I'm just, one of the thoughts that we had, these are pretty routine, and the airport manager is the one who knows the most about them, and so it might be good to have him sign it with some oversight from me or the mayor. But it seemed more consistent with other similar agreements that would just be, so that.
I have no problem.
The main impetus for this was actually, we changed the lease agreement. So there's some minor changes throughout the agreement. And when we went to get that approved by you, we noticed it said the mayor, and we thought, the oversight really might be better closer to home, if you will. So anyway, that's just, we can leave it either way, it doesn't matter.
I was the airport guy.
So we
I move
made,
to approve.
Okay.
we made the changes, right, prior?
Tried.
Is that true? Or there's some changes also?
There's some, no, this,
Other than the mayor not
Right. So there's this, Anna was able to go through that agreement with
Okay.
Chris Childs before. This is his parting shot, is to clean up the
Hanger
Lease
leases.
agreement. This is good since I don't know that we've updated it since we signed divorce papers with Springville.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. There's some things in there that help us to make sure that the revenues that are collected that come back to the airport are collected, and what other changes do we have in there? I read through them. I have a list of them, and they're pretty minor.
Cool.
It's a good springboard for what's coming at the airport to have this ready to go, because we anticipate more hangars at the airport.
Yeah, now one thing to keep in mind, this only applies to like renewal leases or standard leases of existing buildings. When we bring in a new type development at the airport, those leases all come initially to the city council. And if those leases stay in place, if the terms of an agreement that you've either approved the agreement or you have approved a standard form of the agreement, as long as those are the case, then the airport manager and the public works director can sign them. So new development always comes to you.
Chris, how will those agreement leases be? Will you keep all those renewals? I'm trying to decide if I'm supposed to keep those.
So, yeah, so normally the airport manager instigates all this as they come due. They're like 15-year leases with an automatic renewal if they meet certain criteria. So, yeah, so airport managers.
And every year, he's making sure they get a renewal for their insurance as well.
Yeah, we've actually hired, is it Morton?
Morton does that.
To do that for us.
Morning. Okay, cool.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions for Chris on this item? Okay.
I move to approve resolution authorizing airport manager / public works director to sign hangar ground leases.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilman Gordon. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle?
Yes.
Passes. Takes us to item H, which is a resolution adopting a tool allowance policy and authorizing the Fleet Division Manager and Public Works Director to execute new hire mechanic tool agreements.
Okay, so this normally is kind of an administrative policy, but because there is an agreement being introduced to this, we felt like it would be important for the city council to pass this through resolution. The agreement basically talks about when we have a new hire mechanic. It's important to realize that they're expected to have $25,000 to $30,000 worth of tools that are their personal tools that they keep at our shop, locked up in their own fairly nice toolbox. Yeah, something like that. And so it's hard to expect that, especially with new mechanics that are fresh out of school, or maybe fresh out of school and part-time, to expect them to have all of that. And so we want to help them out. We have been paying them $1,000 a year towards tools already, but when they're first hired, we want to give them an extra $1,000 to help kind of get off the ground on that. But it's very difficult to get, especially part-time employees right now. We don't want to invest that extra $1,000 and have them leave within a few weeks. And so the contract basically states that for 10 months, if you leave sooner than 10 months, then we'll take a prorated amount out of your last paycheck. So if you half the time, we would take $500 out of your paycheck if you only stayed for 5 months.
And keep your calendars.
Exactly. Exactly. So I don't think they cost.
Stacy.
Coffee mugs.
Coffee mugs, everything else that comes with that $1,000.
Okay. Item, any questions for Chris on item H?
They're an important part of it.
Oh, my. I move to approve the resolutions adopting a tool allowance policy and authorizing the Fleet Division Manager and the Public Works Director to execute new hire mechanic tool agreement.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilwoman Beck. This is a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Beck. Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
You're not going to make it.
It's getting late. Yes.
Councilman Gordon.
Yes.
That passes. Item H is passed.
What the heck? I did.
Go to 11.
You're gonna be all
I'll
right.
take over. Let's have a
Fire free
discussion
study.
for future agenda. Fire fee study.
Kick in.
Thank you.
Nate the Great?
Right.
Well, it's 10:13.
It's
You
about
guys made
time.
it through Chris.
Almost made it.
Dynamic duo.
Well, we didn't really make it through Dave. It's still lingering.
You know how to do the clicker?
I'm assuming just press that button.
Try it. Okay. So Elizabeth is going to do most of the presentation, but I am here for questions. So.
Thanks, Nate. Yeah, Elizabeth Tremlance, management analyst intern. So Nate and I were tasked under Chief Hales to do a fee study for the new creation of the fire and EMS department. A lot of these fees, if not all of them, didn't exist before. And so we're just going to give a little bit of why, the analysis methods that we use, as well as our recommendations. So once again, with the creation of the new fire and EMS department, there were fees as well as we want to recoup the costs and time spent by the individuals in those departments. And so we did two analyses, a city-to-city comparison, as well as a time spent versus wage analysis. We'll show you that in an Excel spreadsheet in a second here. So these are the cities that we looked at, and then we compared them to what we think that Spanish Fork City's fees should be.
So this is a fee that who would pay?
The public, or who else, like.
Whoever got the.
Yeah, or like for like permits or something, if someone needed a permit, or like, trying to think like if someone.
Yeah, developers.
Yeah.
They want inspection done, right?
It's not
Yeah.
a fee for
I'm thinking of
whoever
the
uses the
one-
service, it's just a general fee for any resident of the city.
Or also people
Depending
that.
on the fee. Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
see this.
Okay, I'll just hold.
Or people that like break codes and different things like that, but we'll show that as well. So for the wage versus time spent, we looked at the fire marshal's salary and benefits per minute spent. We sat down with him and figured out what that time was on the various tasks associated with each of the fees. And then, can you click on that, Nick? I don't know exactly, on the fire fees analysis. Thanks.
So maybe while we're pulling that up, some of the cities.
Here.
Some of the cities that we looked at, you could see were in Salt Lake County. The reason for that is we looked at the cities around here, and they didn't all have matching fees to what we were proposing. And so we had to kind of move a little bit north to some of those bigger cities to see comparable fees. So that may have been a question on your minds. Probably Shane's mind.
Probably. This was a good one.
What other
Let's
questions are
assume
we
that I
gonna
would
have?
ask something that good.
I just shared it with you. If you just go into your drive, will it pull up?
Come on, Nick.
Driving over there.
Don't worry, Nick, you're doing good. That was our fault. I'll give you 3 more refreshes before that changes to mediocre.
Is that Seth whistling? I'm like looking at everyone's lips. I'm like, nobody's whistling.
And you can pull it to the page.
To the actual
There we go. Nice.
Thanks, Seth.
Yeah, so you'll see here the proposed fees that Nate and I did, and then to the right, the notes are what we can justify based on the time versus wages, and then also what the average city charges. And then we made Spanish Fork pretty much almost lower on all ends based upon our justifications. So you can scroll down and see all the rest of them too.
Yeah, so we kind of went in between the justified cost, which is the cost that we can justify based on how many minutes Jason is spending on these tasks and how much we're paying him, and then the average of what other cities are charging, right? So we saw, other cities average charging $150 or whatever it is. We can justify $120, so we'll charge $130. So we kind of went in between those two costs. Does that make sense?
So a fee, so for example, line item 48 right there, carnivals, greater than 10 attractions. A carnival applies to come to Fiesta Days. Part of their being able to come here is if they have more than 10 attractions, they will have to pay the $100 fee for the fire and EMS or the fire. Is that how that works?
Correct, yeah.
And that will be a part of the permit fee for them to come in and set up.
Okay.
And the reason why is because we have to go and check that, right, to make sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we can justify, based on the minutes it takes for us to inspect that, we can justify $93. The average city is charging $110, so we dropped down and said, we'll charge $100.
So
Less than the average city, but a little more than what we can justify just based off of wages and salaries.
Whereas in the past, we've not had a fire marshal, so we've not charged this fee. They've just come and done their thing, and
correct.
We've not done any inspections to make sure everything's good. We just let it fly. Now we'll have somebody actually validating or checking, make sure everything looks good.
Yep.
The only things that we were charging, we were looking earlier, were for the firefighters and for like their equipment.
And that's
so,
just based off of state code.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are all new, pretty much, all these fees.
So when would we charge for our equipment?
Like the brush truck, like that would be like ladder
When?
power truck, you can see those.
So if, for example,
You're gonna have to come
come
up with
on,
my
farmer is gonna burn off
There's still thousands of people watching in
still
TV land.
They're still up.
I get it. Thank you for the invite to come up. So, for example, if we had an individual that wanted to burn off a field, and they wanted to have a fire apparatus show up to help protect that while they do a burnout of their field, then we would charge that hourly rate to have them go to.
So out of request.
Out of request, or
Okay.
for example, if we had an area outside of the city, for example, if there was a county parcel within our community that we service, and this has been done in another city, and they decided that they were going to put up a haunted house or a haunted forest in that area, and it required EMS to be there, a fire watch to be there, they could contract with the city to provide that service, and that would be our
fees.
charge for them to have that service provided to them.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, so maybe a broad overview of when, to answer your question. On request would be some of them. Others would be punitive in nature. For example, that false alarms on line 68.
69.
That third false alarm is a punitive fee, right? Because, all right, we've gone out twice, we're not charging you for that. The third time, we're gonna charge you, so you stop calling us. And then the last would be inspection-based. So that kind of answers the when. Councilman Argyle. Question.
I want to maybe add one just quick clarification in something that they have said as we review this together. Their notes say we can justify, and if it was $93, they rounded up to say $100. I instructed them, knowing that we're probably generous in our estimations of time. Jason's going to be 15 minutes. Chances are he's going to be 25, and certainly in the law of averages. And so I asked him to round to a more normal number, if you will. And so I think in the purest sense of the word, their numbers come out at 93, but in reality, probably you could be at 110 or whatever else. But I think So I don't want you to get too worried about that 93 is, how are we at 93, but we're going to go to 100. Yeah, so, yeah, what Vaughn said was use the word estimate is probably the better way to describe that, which I think is accurate, and I think their research is extremely sound. At the same time, recognizing that in the law of averages, that will probably be a little bit more, and maybe we missed the price of fuel and this overhead and that overhead, and so rounding up seemed to be the easiest thing for getting to a usable and functional rate.
Yeah, we didn't take into consideration the price of fuel and equipment and things like that, so easily we can say, yeah, 93 we can get to 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions?
It's been a minute, but Seth and I, we reviewed what we could charge insurance. Remember that? And we had the rescue truck going out more than they probably should have. This was a while ago. It was a long time ago, and because they could bill insurance for it, right? And we kind of said, well, let's make sure that if we're sending the jaws of life, there's a reason that we should be doing that. So this is good to be looking this over. That's good.
Good information. Thank you.
So this is a discussion item tonight. It's actually a part of our budget process. This fee schedule will be entered into our fee schedule and part of the budget approval. And it'll be reevaluated on a regular basis. So if there's a fee that Eddie's getting feedback on that's too high and he wants to evaluate that, we can certainly adjust that. This is something that lives and breathes, just like our fee schedule does.
Is there anything we can't do? Like
No,
a
we're Spanish
restaurant-
work. Oh, sorry. keep
Well,
going.
let's say a restaurant has like a hood that requires a certain inspection to be done, you know. Can we do all of those?
Yeah, I think that's a
You know,
great
the balloon
question.
test
So
and
these, yeah, we do all of those tests.
Okay.
And that's encompassed in this fee schedule. And also what you approved several councils ago with that life safety inspection vault, that company will take these fees and they will actually be the ones that take care of those things for us as those inspections are done, so that, and then that money comes back to us.
Trickles through. Okay,
Yep,
that's
yep.
cool. Okay. Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, if there's no more questions on that, that's not an action item, just a discussion. The next section is to adjourn for closed session.
I move we adjourn to closed session for land transaction and reasonably imminent litigation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Gordon, seconded by Councilwoman Beck to go into closed session. Is this a roll call too?
Yes, please.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilman Argyle? Councilman Gordon?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us on television.